with DirecTV that Apple TV, Sports Business Journal is reporting the deal is done, that they've got Sunday Ticket, Apple TV starting next season.
Wow, starting this coming up season.
No. I'm sorry, the next one after this. Okay. 22 is the last year DirecTV has it.
I really needed it to be 2022. I'm an Apple TV subscriber. I am too. I'm a DirecTV streamer, but they don't offer me the NFL package. Isn't that crazy? You have to pay extra, like
it doesn't even make sense.
Like I don't even think it's available to me.
So it's only available on DirecTV satellite, DirecTV stream.
I don't think so. I couldn't figure it out this past year. Maybe I'm wrong.
You don't have to worry about it much longer because Apple TV will have it moving forward, according to the reports at Sports Business Journal.
Here's where that gets complicated, and this is a first world problem. Mm-hmm. But having smaller TVs,
you're going to need to go get smart TVs.
I got to get all these smart TVs. You're going to have to replace smart TVs. Or get an Apple TV for each set. You may as well just replace the smart TVs.
Wow. There you go, man. It's time to upgrade in the sports room.
It is.
Can you record us? Can you record the conversation of you cutting the cord with AT&T?
DirecTV?
Yeah, well,
can we see a scene of the party they'll be throwing at DirecTV customer service?
It will be. Yeah, well, they'll be in Paraguay or something doing it.
He is gone.
Yeah. They have slaughtered a hog. We're having a luau tonight.
I got the call. You got the call? I got the
call. he is making the switch.
It'll be the nicest call Lance has ever made.
I just want to say goodbye to you guys.
I'm out. Thank you, guys.
I know it's overnight where you guys are. I hope you guys have a great sunrise breakfast.
Raise the banner of that retired remote control. It's got all the buttons from even throwing the pieces.
If you're new to the show, LT and DirecTV have a long love-hate relationship when it comes to customer service.
I don't think there was any love in it.
Yeah, there's not a lot of love.
There was all hate.
They love his money. That is the show today. We're back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. The replay starts on all the audio platforms. You can always watch us on all our streaming platforms. Thank you to partners like TuneIn, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Odyssey, and others. Until next time, God bless you. God bless America.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then, we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And here we go on a Tuesday today. Already checking in over there from Miramar Beach is Goose, and who knows wherever Brett is out west today as you guys roll in from all over America to our live show now, either streaming on the Next Round app or on our video platforms or TuneIn Radio. Thanks for being with us wherever you join us from across America today live. We're in Birmingham, Alabama, where it is sunny today. And we're all back together again. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, and Lunsford all here. Let's start with what went on late night out west. Man, I love a good opportunity to face your old employer, your old friends, your old boss, like Freddie Freeman did last night. And he gets up there his first at bat, and he jacks a home run. You can't design it any better if you're Freddie Freeman. Now, that sucks for a lot of our viewers and listeners because they're Braves fans. They lose the game 7-4, and Freeman hits a home run. But from Freddie Freeman's camp, that's about a dream scenario when you're facing your old team for the first time.
Yeah, look, and it was his first home run for the Dodgers, and only the third time this has ever happened. The other two, Frank Thomas did it, Alex Rodriguez did it. Now Freddie Freeman has done it. Really a cool story here. And really neat to see Freddie's kid run and grab Dansby Swanson before the game.
That was cool, wasn't it?
It really was.
Yeah. I don't guess I knew they were that. I don't follow the Braves on the day-to-day, watch all their games. I don't guess I knew they were that tight. Like Dansby babysat the kid or something. I mean.
And before the game, Snitker's out there with him, and he gets his Silver Slugger Award for being the best slugger in Major League Baseball last year, and Snitker, who coached him through the minors. Just a lot of crossed emotions last night. But some baseball facts here right off the bat. The Dodgers are meeting expectations. They beat the Braves last night 7-4. They're 8-2. Their run differential is +27. They're making it look easy through 10 games right now because of their enormous pitching staff and a lineup that has to squeeze in the Silver Slugger Award right there at number 2, who's jacking home runs. That Dodgers team is meeting expectations through the first 10 games.
Well, I'll tell you, man, and Cody Bellinger is a former MVP, and if he comes on, had a bad year last year, was pretty good in the postseason, but a couple of more hits last night. He's raised that average to 278. It's a dangerous lineup, and through 10 games, you're right. Best record in baseball is the Dodgers. On the other side, the Braves are already 3 games back of the Mets, sitting at 5-7 right now, and you figure they'll get it straightened out a little bit, but the Dodgers are right where they were projected.
Well, that was my other baseball takeaway, Brownie, was the Mets look really, really legit. A pitching staff without DeGrom yet, and Francisco Lindor looking as good as he's ever looked early on, and it makes it look like the Braves run towards winning their division will have to go through the Mets, or the Mets will have to go through the Braves either way, but it won't be a cakewalk in that division if the Mets can do what they've done through 10 games for 162.
Yeah, I don't think as excited as Braves fans were, I don't think any Braves fans thought this was going to be an easy win in this division. It's not as if the East is just, lay down and Braves walk over everybody. I think you were fearful that the Phillies finally figured this out. They've certainly got a pretty good roster. You're fearful the Mets were what people thought they were going to be, which is a challenger for the postseason. I fully anticipate this being I don't think the Braves are going to sell away with this division by any stretch of the imagination.
It was a bottleneck division last year, and right now, you've got all 5 teams within 3.5 games.
You guys jump in on the chat room over here. Landmine Believer, his heart is still in Atlanta. That pregame interview with the Braves sideline reporter was heartbreaking. He spent his young adult life in Atlanta. You expect that a little bit. Richard said, I called it during lunch with my buddies yesterday. He was due a bomb, and he got it against the Braves last night.
The only way it could have been sweeter is if he had done it in Atlanta. Like if that were in Atlanta. In your first at bat,
he'll get that chance.
No, he will. He will, because I wonder, like, the stages of grief of Braves fans. I wonder where they are with this, because It started with, please don't go, Freddie. Don't want to lose him. Don't want to lose him. Come on, Braves, do the right thing. Sign Freddie. Then you get Matt Olson, and it's abundantly clear what's going to happen. And then, like, the next stage of grief was, Matt Olson's not that bad a player. I kind of like him. This is looking good for us. We got a younger Freddie Freeman here. And then then he leaves and goes to the Dodgers, and you see him in that Dodgers uniform, and he does that, press conference in the outfield where he kind of dismisses the Braves a little bit, and you're like, I don't really like the way this is happening. And then a former teammate, whether he really said it or not in Spanish, comes out and says some bad things. It's like there are all these stages of grief of Freddie Freeman. I don't know where the Braves fans are right now after last night.
Well, I think they're okay just because of the way Matt Olson's playing. 3 more hits last night. He's hitting .452. I mean, he's playing better than Freddie Freeman right now.
All you guys with your comments, love to work you into the show. Several of you pointing out Acuna not back yet. The goal is to stay near 500 until you get maybe, arguably, one of the best players in baseball back. Kerry believes Bellinger messed up his swing so much since that MVP season.
It's much different.
JM Dog, we start slow every year, we being the Braves. Braves also get Sirocco back midseason, says several of you. Brooks, unhappy with Dansby. Strikeout rate is ridiculous at a point last night. He's had 40 at-bats and struck out 20 times. Interesting comments there as we get going on the Braves' loss last night. Feels like old times tonight, though, because it's Braves and Dodgers, and it's on TBS tonight. 9,
Is it
10,
really?
yeah,
How about
so
that?
You're back on TBS, and it'll feel like it's the 80s. I wish they'd go graphics with the Superstation, because to me, that's when the Dodgers and Braves were in the same series, the early 80s, and Murphy and Horner and that team playing the Dodgers on the West Coast.
It's the only time I could watch them.
TBS, man.
Was WGN and TBS.
Yeah.
And I remember there was a time where the Dodgers, they had the lineup is potent right now, and the only guy in the lineup was Darryl Strawberry. And so I would get so excited about his ABs.
Yeah.
and I was just waiting.
Strawberry.
And now 1 through 9 at any point, these Dodgers can absolutely go off. But, Fried has not been great through 2 starts, but he's been really good his career against the Dodgers. And on the other side, Walker Buehler has been really good against the Braves. So a pretty good pitching matchup.
It was such a screwed up time when the Braves were in the West, the NL West. But I do remember as a kid thinking, am I going to stay up and watch this? I mean, first pitch was 9 o'clock.
9:10, yeah.
And you're like, this is going to get me to midnight if I stay up and watch this.
I think the Superstation was 9:05.
Yeah, it was 9:05.
They were the ones that went 05.
Yeah, they had that weird 05 start time.
The old 9:05 first pitch. All right, so that's the Braves and Dodgers. A little baseball from you last night. Smuff, I love Freddie. I'm sad that he's gone, but if you were going to lose him, grabbing Matt Olson was the perfect move there. Superstation WTBS tonight, says JM Dog, for the Braves and Dodgers 9-10. Part of the show today being brought to you by Rockstar's Guy. It's Adam Murphy.
At MD Realty, Adam is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestrey for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
House calls. 2 more things in this first opening segment here. Coming up on the show, though, Clay Travis is with us at 10 o'clock Central Time. Barrett Jones, ESPN college football analyst and an all-everything former Alabama lineman, joins us at 11 o'clock today. LT's got our 4 downs in trash, and we'll work those in throughout. And Brownie will have another Talladega Super Speedway giveaway as we get ready for racing at the world's fastest speedway coming up this weekend over at Talladega. That should be a lot of fun. Don't forget you can go to nextroundlive.com to get your morning rounds, and also Montana Fouts and Tom Luganbill on demand from yesterday. And our YouTube channel will always have our interviews and past shows up for you. And remember to like and subscribe when you go there. The USFL wrapped up week 1 last night down at Protective Stadium. All the games here in Birmingham and Tampa Bay. 17 first half points, no points in the second half, but the Bandits beat the Maulers 17-3 in that game in front of about 9 people, but a national television audience. Tampa Bay looked the part, man. And first off, love their uniforms. Their away uniforms may be the best uniform in the league.
Oh, really?
Love their uniforms.
I thought the uniform looked good. I like the silver helmet. I thought their defense was actually better than their offense. I watched about 2 quarters of it. And I'll tell you this, finally sitting down, and I watched a little bit of the Stars Breakers on Sunday. to me, it's sensory overload. There's too much going on the broadcast.
Yeah, I've had a lot of people say that all the players mic'd up and coaches, and a lot of times in the Birmingham game, that's the game I spent the most time watching. They weren't just like, okay, let's make sure. There were times where they weren't like, let's just do the coach here. It was like, let's have all the mics on at the same time.
No. And that's what happened.
Yeah.
And it's like Klatt and Menifee had to like take a step back, and there's just so much going on, and then you hear the drones on top of it.
Well, that's only because the stadium's empty. You didn't hear that as much on the Saturday night game where you guys attended. There was, I think it was the opening drive of the second half, Saturday night. Menifee and Klatt just completely laid out, and the entire drive was Mike Riley calling the plays. I found that really interesting. They got a lot of criticism, but I kind of liked hearing it.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the whole drive.
I assume they have rules in place that I can't have the broadcast up in the defensive coaching booth because in our suite for the Stallions game, it was not delayed. We were pulling a direct feed in the suites, so it was snap, 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 snap going on. So I assume that I can't hear them call plays during the broadcast. If you're pulling it off the air, it's a 10-second delay. It does you no good. But I'm like you. I'm watching last night, and it's a little too much for me as well. I like the announcers. I'm one of those old school guys that like to hear what the play-by-play and the analysts are saying. And I like packages that are pre-produced. Don't give me everything every player is saying. Don't give me every play call or anything. Go back and do an edit job for me and do that for me coming out of a break. Coming back, that last drive, man, hear what so-and-so had to say. He's mic'd up tonight, and then give me 3 or 4 good clips. I don't want to hear everything. I just want to hear the good stuff.
And I'll tell you, I don't need every angle. Again, we're over probably overly breaking this thing down, but there's way too many angles too.
I get used to watching football the way it's presented to me in the fall. Just give it to me that way. Let the game speak for itself. I want to watch football. I want to watch football. You don't have to sell me.
There was that shaky cam angle, too, where they're on the field with the players.
The drone?
That's the drone.
Yeah, that's the drone.
And it's going up and down.
Yeah, people said you were going to vomit. I would agree with them. All right, now you weren't that far. I've got the TV ratings. You were not that far off.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We've circled back around and upped them a bit?
No.
Oh, okay.
But it's just where the NBA rating came. So you told, for those that didn't catch yesterday's show, Dunaway told the Fox people, I think you guys are going to beat the NBA playoffs.
Wasn't Dunaway that said that.
Oh, really?
It was Two-Beer Dunaway that said that.
I forgot the qualifier.
Two-plus beer Jim gets a little bit more not as socially still awkward, but not afraid to talk.
That's right. Double barrel Jim. All right, so you told the Fox executives, I think you guys are going to beat the NBA playoffs. And the Fox executives were like, tap the brakes, Double Beer.
Yeah.
We just want a good number here. We want $3 million.
Tap the brakes, guy who I don't know why you're in our private party anyway, guy.
Don't you know who I'm talking to?
And why don't you have a hat on? You look a lot younger.
So on NBC and Fox, we saw these numbers already. $3.067 million for New Jersey, Birmingham. All right?
Woohoo!
So at the same time, at 6:30 Saturday night, on ESPN, you had Toronto, Philadelphia, 3.598.
That's a tie in my book.
Within $500,000,
That's a tie.
One of the worst matchups to me in the first round.
Dunaway didn't comment on the matchup. Now, at 8:35 on ABC, which is head-to-head with the second half, Denver at Golden State tipped, and that was $4.5 million. So you're $1.5 million off at that point.
But the NBA's been around a little bit longer.
No, there's no doubt.
The fact that Steph Curry.
No, trust me. Head-to-head to an NBA playoff game, the fact that they were even close is a win to me.
Yep.
The USFL playing their first game ever just shows you what a football country are. I mean, let me give you some of the things that beat.
Yeah, but you're right. We're a football country.
Yeah, we are a football nation.
We're a football nation.
Well, and look, and basketball's lost a lot of steam over the last couple of years.
It has, but we're a football nation. We were going to be that anyway. If they hadn't gotten political and lost a lot of steam, we were still a football nation.
If you go back to the LeBron Cavs, 5 or 6 years ago when we had finals with the Cavs Warriors, that was when basketball was almost back at its height of the 80s.
Yeah, well, I mean, for instance.
But never close to the NFL.
No, it's never been close to
it. We're a football nation.
Yeah, we're a football nation.
Yeah, it is NFL, college football, and then everything else.
To give you some context, the highest rated game, Brooklyn-Boston, that's the sexiest first-round series, I think, really.
Yeah.
On ABC, drew 6.895 million. So that was your biggest game. That was the biggest thing of the sports weekend.
How much?
6.85.
So their best game was 6.85.
Yep, 6.85 million. The Sunday night race in NASCAR, $4 million.
Hey, a resurgence for NASCAR
Yeah,
racing
their numbers
this year.
have been up
Their
this
numbers
year.
have been up this year.
Yep, no
yeah.
doubt. The final round of the PGA Tour, $3.6 million.
Yeah, consistent there.
USFL, $3 million. It beat Friday Night SmackDown, WWE on Fox.
Ooh, Lunsford.
Sorry.
Lunsford.
It destroyed Sunday Night Baseball. Braves, Padres, destroyed. 3-1, beat it. 3-1.
Braves, Padres. So they just drew 1 million fans?
1.1 million.
By the way, we used to be a baseball country.
We did.
Yeah,
used to.
we
They
did.
call it America's pastime.
We used to also be bringing you this show in black and white.
I know.
It destroyed. Well, I mean, these UEFA League games, I don't even know they're on CBS. It destroyed the NHL's prime game, or their main game on ABC, 3-1. So, I mean, it actually did pretty well. I don't know what they expected. I think they told you they expected $3 million, or they hoped for $3 million.
They
right?
were hoping for $3 million.
Yeah.
They got what they hoped for.
Yeah, I mean, that's the first game ever. It just shows you how hungry we always are for football.
By the way, Clay Travis on our show at 10 o'clock. I've never seen Clay distance himself more from me than when I pushed him out of the way and started shaking the hands of all the Fox as we were leaving. Hey, man, congratulations. We're leaving now. So long.
Jimmy Two Beer.
Clay was like, who is this guy? How did he get back here?
I mean, the NBC game, drew 2.1 million on Sunday. That 11 o'clock kick.
One of our
Houston at Michigan. It was delayed though.
I forget his name. I think it was Ron. That one of our
Australian?
one of our great listeners that snuck back into the private Fox party, who saw us out in the main part of whatever the English pub we were in. Worked his way through the crowd.
Oh, yeah.
He's from Texas and was in Birmingham for the game.
Listens to the show out in Texas.
Watches listens out in Texas. And I think it was Ron or Rod.
It was. I think it was Ron.
Ron or Rod. And he worked his way back from Birmingham originally. He's lived out there for 20-something years, was back in town. And, I know this private party, but I want to come back and say hi to you guys. And he'd walk past Brock and Clay and
High-end security, by the way.
Say hi to all those folks.
They didn't pat you down for this one, huh? Okay.
So thanks for working your way through the crowd and talking to Jimmy Two Beer there. All right, so that's the USFL last night. One more thing after LT tells you about our friends at Bromberg's.
Hey, if you're looking for the perfect diamond, you need to go see the Diamond Specialist. That is our friends at Bromberg's, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Go see them. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
This show speaks and people listen. This week, officially, Taco Bell brought it back, the Mexican pizza. And we have not given the honor on the show yet, but they have brought back Mexican pizza.
I got it in the trash story today.
Yep, it's coming up in trash.
Yep.
But a little celebration. You guys...
It's my favorite.
You banged the trash can and said, why are you doing this?
Well, this thing was planned. It really was planned.
They took it away and brought it back?
I think they took it away.
This is the old classic Coke, new Coke conspiracy theory?
I think they did. What has it been, 6 months, I'm guessing?
No, it's been longer than that. It's been a number of years, I would say.
I would
say it's probably a year max.
We did a show at Jocks talking about the departure of Mexican pizza, maybe a couple of them. And then we were off the air for a couple of months, and now we've done this for a few months, so it's been over 6 months.
They've got a pretty big marketing department.
They do.
They spent a lot of money on marketing. I bet they sat back and said, what can we do to create a buzz? Because people are still talking about the fact that it wasn't there, and now that it's coming back, they're going to sell a massive amount of Mexican pizza.
They announced
2 years, Rusty, 2 years.
They announced their plans to retire Mexican pizza from the menu September 2020.
2020. How about that?
So we're going to make it almost 2 full years.
So somewhere in a meeting at Taco Bell or their whatever the name of their company is, somebody said, I tell you what.
I think it's Yum.
Brands.
I've got a plan today. I'm going to call it the Cinderella plan. Jim, what's the Cinderella plan?
Jim, what is the Cinderella plan?
It's the old, you don't know what you got until it's gone. We're gonna
tell us more, Jim.
We're gonna take away the Mexican pizza.
I like your storyboard.
And then we're gonna bring it back.
Go back to page 2. I didn't see that first one. Okay, all right.
Yeah. Take it away. Bring it back.
You know what?
You're
I would
a brilliant guy.
I would like Mr. Bell of Taco Bell to raise his hand and say, "Hey, the idiot at the end of the boardroom table, I can't even see you."
But I guess
We've got a popular item, and you're suggesting we take it off the menu? Is that your suggestion, idiot at the end of the table?
You know why? Because you don't know what you got till it's gone.
It must be a niche item, though.
I mean, we think it's more popular than it is?
Well, I don't. I think we like it, and I think if you like it, then you probably love it. And I think there's some other people that probably just get the regular
I have
Tacos.
found something to eat in its absence, though, that I have developed a taste
I
for.
really haven't.
Apparently, I hope it's not the volcano burrito because
Nope.
they're taking that away.
No, I don't even know what that is.
Yep.
No.
Lunsford calls it the greatest thing Taco Bell ever
The
had. And it's
cheesy
gone.
chalupa is a close second. I've actually found a way to enjoy the cheesy chalupa, and you can step it up a notch by going cheesy chalupa Dorito shell.
I will tell you, I went to our friend's walk-ons for Easter dinner, and it was closed, giving the employees off.
Oh, good.
No, well, I'm just saying. I guess there's a lot of
attempted to
places
go
that
to
were
dinner.
like, yeah.
The last pulled up
But
Dunaway
my
was looking at the
point
window.
is,
looking at the window.
Taco Bell was wrapped around the building.
Yeah. That one stays busy.
I've been to Taco Bell twice in the last 8 years. One started the pandemic golf trip. On the way back, Jimmy hungover. Needed a little Taco Bell to make the drive from Louisville to Birmingham, and it worked. And then on moving day, last day we had to be out of our house.
Saturday
and,
at Augusta?
The moving day out of our house
Oh.
when we were selling our house, and the new people were coming the next day. I left whatever church and swung through a Taco Bell and then sat down and wolfed down something and moved the rest of the boxes
I
out.
love Taco Bell.
That's my 2 Taco Bells.
I
I
can't
don't go
wait.
there a lot.
So you couldn't travel without Taco Bell?
That day, I could not.
You know, it's funny. I was watching Breaking the Band Aerosmith, and I didn't realize how. I knew they were into drugs. I didn't know how bad, but they were doing. They were wrapping their tour up in Tokyo, and they had gotten really, really big on cocaine, and they couldn't find any cocaine in Tokyo, and they didn't want to take a 12-hour flight back or a 14-hour flight back without cocaine, so they had one of the band members' wives fly to Hawaii. They went out of the way 4 hours to Hawaii to land and get a suitcase full of cocaine at an airport hotel, and just did the cocaine, all the cocaine, and then flew back to the States.
Do you think anybody in that traveling party said, is this a little bit of a red flag?
No.
I mean, apparently not. They were all on board. Isn't that amazing?
I feel like this is a red flag. I don't know, Gene. What do you think?
Yeah, it could be. Hopefully the plane doesn't go down.
You needed Taco Bell. They just needed a bunch of coke.
I just needed something. All right, that's our first segment today. A lot more of the show coming up. As I said, Clay in an hour, then Barrett Jones a couple of hours from now. And we roll on 130 days away from the start of college football, but we're just a few hours basically away from racing at Talladega. Already got campers in town for the race weekend coming up. Brownie, we're going to have another chance to qualify for tickets later today in this show.
That is right. Pay attention to social media. We'll tell you how you can get in the drawing to get on the phone and play a little NASCAR driver or not a little bit later on. Your chance to win tickets to the Talladega Superspeedway. Listen, only a few people are going to win them here on the show. You go buy them. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA. Green flag drops 2 o'clock on the Geico 500 Sunday. You want to be there and partake in that garage experience, too, the most immersive in NASCAR. Here's how you do it. 877-GO-TO-DEGA. That's the number 2. 877-GO-TO-DEGA or TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. At the New Balance Birmingham store, we go beyond taking your measurements. For us, comfort fit means a lot more than just checking for enough room in the toe box. You see, a simple fit may look and feel okay inside the store, but high-quality custom fit shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store will continue to look and feel great while performing the task you need them to do. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store and experience the difference a custom fit makes for you.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Bromberg's invites you to an exclusive 2-day buying event. Meet an expert buyer to sell your jewelry, diamonds, watches, and collectibles. Receive immediate payment or opt to receive 120% of your offer in Bromberg store credit to use towards anything in the store now or in the future. It is Bromberg's exclusive 2-day buying event. Thursday, April 21st at the Summit. Friday, April 22nd in Mountain Brook. Appointments recommended. Do not miss this opportunity at Bromberg's.
We were just debating, would it be the most watched video clip of our show history, Rockstar, Forrester, Lunsford, if they appear to be working on the roof and we're at the top floor, the suite, the penthouse, if you will, of the Blue Lake Center. But they're doing some work up top. And if they fell through right here in the middle of our show in front of us.
Hey, Sam.
He'd have a smile on his face. Hey, guys.
Would that be the most downloaded? I mean, we'd make those shows, right?
No, I think people would debate if it were staged.
Yeah, so these guys obviously
they've completely staged this.
But we don't need the George Jones / Jerry Jones guy falling.
Who?
Oh, yeah.
No, we do not.
I hadn't seen him around.
I hadn't seen him
in a while.
forever.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, the way this show goes.
Aaron Spelling.
Aaron Spelling, that was it.
You know what he'd do? He'd probably get up and start painting a wall.
No, I bet it'd be a dust cloud.
No,
I don't remember giving you a break.
No, yeah, Don would cut him
That's what
out.
he would say.
Don
Jesus,
would say,
man.
What the hell?
Get your ass up.
Let's go.
So I said, because we could hear him walking, like you guys can't hear it, and it was during the break anyway, but we could hear him walking on the roof. And we started discussing this Rockstar during the break, like Chevy Chase style in Christmas Vacation, like he just falls through, there's dust and crap everywhere. But I started thinking the way this show goes, he would fall and land on Dunaway.
Yeah, that would be my luck. Yeah. Smuff's right. We should just get those people off the roof and get Greg from Pell City up there.
One would think.
Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing, the most respected roofing contractor in the industry. Greg will get on your roof. If you're wondering just what kind of condition your roof's in, he'll get up there. Free, no-cost inspection. You can also look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing. Here's the number to call to talk to Greg about your roof if you need a new one, if you need a roof inspection for free with no obligation, if you need maybe a repair, maybe you've had a storm come through recently. Here's the number, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, great warranties, and insurance companies love him and trust him. He's also got a low price waterproofing that he can do on your roof. You need to get that done occasionally. He'll go up there and inspect your roof for free. And then if you need some water resistant places like around pipes or around the chimney or something, he can take care of that at a low price. You can check it out. Greg from Pell City, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. It's Greg from Pell City on Facebook, Storm Restoration Roofing. All right, couple of things here. Well, one of them in basketball. Man, UAB this offseason has killed it. They've brought in 5 people through the portal, UAB basketball has, and that includes yesterday Javion Davis from Mississippi State. They got Barrett Jones from up at Grissom. He's back. We knew about Eric Gaines from LSU, and then the Brewer brothers, Ladarius and Ty Brewer. But Javion Davis, some of you will remember that name. He played a couple years at Alabama before he went to Mississippi State. 6'9" forward, so he comes in and adds him a little depth off the bench. And a guy who averaged 6 points, 4 rebounds a game at Bama, 2 points, 3 rebounds a game at Mississippi State. Gaines is a player who played in every game for LSU. Butter Johnson's a guy that can put up some numbers. We know about the Brewer brothers that are coming in. Man, this portal for Andy Kennedy seems to be, and Philip Pearson, the assistant coach who was known as one of the SEC's best recruiters when he was at Alabama and Georgia, has been a big success this offseason for the Blazers.
Well, it has been. And if Jelly Walker doesn't end up in the NBA, which, he's going to test those waters but keep his college eligibility, boy, this roster looks really good for Andy. I mean, this looks like a really talented roster.
I didn't realize how many guys are actually leaving the Blazers because roster management becomes a problem.
It really does.
It does in every sport, football and basketball. Now we're seeing that.
Just look at the number of names you just mentioned, though, that are coming in. In most situations, that input has to have an output too, right?
That's right.
In most situations. Some of it's by graduation or guys, going to the NBA or whatever, but sometimes it's got to be guys, and we're seeing this in Tuscaloosa, right? The guys that might be encouraged, you could probably find some playing time elsewhere. You're not going to get much here.
Jeff Goodman has put out the high majors, the most transfers thus far, 4 of them with new coaches, he points out. LSU and Kansas State have each lost 9 scholarship players. Georgia's lost 8. Wichita State, who just got the kid from Alabama, 7. Pittsburgh, Iowa State, Missouri, and Ole Miss have all lost 6. LSU, Ole Miss, I think, have contributed to the players down at UAB as well.
Well, maybe that's believable. The number I threw at you guys yesterday when I was reading, I said, I don't know how this is possible, but there's 3,600 FBS players right now in the portal.
Football or basketball? Was that football or basketball?
It was football.
Football, yeah. So this is basketball
here.
Yeah,
but that's what I'm saying. With those basketball, when you're getting 4, 5, 6, per team, per roster in basketball, then maybe you can get that amount from football.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I believe those numbers. I'm sitting there watching Saturday Down South. I go there every day. It's one of the many websites I go to, and at Saturday Down South, I'm tired of seeing so-and-so has left a basketball team and so-and-so has been picked up. I mean, it's
impossible to keep up with.
Yeah, every other story. You just wait and see where the dust settles. Every other story is that. But I find this interesting. 11 high major programs have not lost one scholarship player this year from Jeff Goodman. And this is not going to shock you. It's some of the big basketball schools. Arizona, Kansas, Gonzaga, Duke, Miami, Notre Dame, St. John's, Mike Anderson, Seton Hall, Villanova, Michigan State, Minnesota, and Rutgers have lost 0 players to the portal.
When was that written? Because I saw this
just seconds ago.
Really?
From Jeff Goodman, yeah.
Interesting, because I thought I saw this morning that Coach K's grandson has hit the portal.
Is he a scholarship player or a walk-on?
Oh, that's true. He may be a walk-on. I didn't think about that. Probably was a walk-on.
Tyrese Hunter just hit the portal, a point guard from Iowa State. Sweet 16 run, one of the best freshmen in the Big 12.
So I would almost say nobody's immune. However, Jeff Goodman says, there are a few programs that are immune.
Yeah, just interesting that Andy's not afraid, and I would imagine nobody should be afraid of the portal right now. You got to remake your roster every year, and I think in Andy's case, you can find yourself maybe more talent on the portal, at least proven players. You know what you're getting more than you do in high school recruiting. You still got to recruit high school.
I would rather get a portal guy.
Because you see what he's like on the college game, right? All right, part of the show being brought to you as we switch back to football by our friends at Hemphill Services. If it's not running right, flowing right, or cooling right, Hemphill can hook you up.
Yeah, because disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to have our friends at Hemphill on speed dial 205-229-2090. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. It's Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
Soccer tonight, by the way, over the Birmingham Southern campus for our Legion FC, round 3 of the 107th playing of the USL Cup. 7 o'clock, tickets at bhmlegion.com if you want to go check that out. More soccer in town if you don't want to sit at home and go enjoy a little soccer this evening. All right, Brownie, let's get into a conversation, if we can, about Lane Kiffin. I mentioned Saturday Down South. Our buddy Connor O'Gara writes today, and this is one of the reads you can get in the morning rounds, about how important this year is for Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss. And just on the surface, Brownie, and I'll read you the headline. This is Connor's headline, why this year is the biggest test of Lane Kiffin's head coaching career to date. I would say, just reading that headline of Connor's story, Brown, I would say, man, didn't Lane Kiffin prove to me he can coach last year? He had 10 wins. Why is this year a test, the biggest test for Lane Kiffin's head coaching career to date?
Well, Connor's argument is Lane has never followed that year up with an equally good year. Or anywhere close.
Yeah, usually though, he's at Tennessee had a pretty good year and left.
Yep. Well, that was like an 8-5, I think, or 7-5 or something like that. So I decided, well, all right, let's go look at the numbers here. So I went and pulled up Lane Kiffin's coaching career. His first double-digit win season, he's had 3. His first one was 2011 USC. Now, I'm just going to go ahead and say in advance, there are some asterisks along through here, okay? I do think you got to give an asterisk to this one, and Lance, you'll remember this as a USC fan. They were on probation when Lane Kiffin had this job. In fact, the whole one of the reasons Lane Kiffin had this job was the fact that they were on probation.
Scholarship numbers were awful. I think at one particular time they were down to 55 scholarship players.
At USC, wow.
USC, and Pete Carroll had to bail to the NFL to kind of dodge some of that, and Lane Kiffin came in. So there were issues with probation. However, in 2011, after going 10-2, 7-2 in the Pac-12, he followed up in 2012 going 7-6, 5-4 in the Pac-12. In 2017 at FAU, that was his first year at FAU, 11-3, 8-0, one of the biggest stories in the country.
It was, yeah.
The next year, 5-7, 3-5 in Conference USA.
He should have left.
After year one?
After year one,
I wonder if he'd have gotten a job as good as Ole Miss. I can't even remember the jobs that supposedly he was up for.
I guess that's why he didn't leave.
That's why he didn't leave.
Yeah. But you would have thought after 11 wins the first year at FAU, but I guess they wanted to see if he had matured any.
So after that 5-7, he got his third double-digit win season, 10-3 at FAU, 6-2 in Conference USA. And bailed to Ole Miss, where, and again, you got to give this an asterisk, it's his first year at Ole Miss, and he's playing a 10-game SEC schedule. Okay, this was the COVID year. 5-5, 4-5 in conference.
Yeah, well, and I look back, I thought to myself, that was a pretty good year for Ole Miss, considering who they were playing.
Yeah, I mean, considering you're playing 10 conference games, so if you let's just say you lose a win, you lose a loss. Let's say they had 4 wins, that's going to be a 7 or 8 win season probably for them in a normal year. But here are the numbers. After a double-digit win season, Lane Kiffin has combined 17-18, 12-14 in conference. Those are the numbers.
Very average. Can't dodge that.
I mean, the epitome of average, a 500 coach.
Yeah, probably below average.
But I would say based on the jobs he's had, Lance, I would agree.
But going into this year with Jackson Dart, you don't know what you're going to get, obviously, from Ole Miss, because this is it seems like it's Alabama and then Texas A&M in a pack of teams at that point.
Our schedule guy, but if I'm an Ole Miss guy, I think we open 7-0.
All right, let's go.
Wow.
You ready for this? Here you go, Jim.
They should.
Well, they should, but 7-0 would be a great start.
Hosting Troy.
Perfect, in fact, Jim.
Yes, Jim. Perfect start. Hosting Troy.
Tricky game, but yes, they should win that.
Hosting Central Arkansas. At Georgia Tech. By the way, Georgia Tech plays a brutal schedule.
They do. I hope they take that into consideration from our buddy Jeff Collins.
It's going to be tough for him. Tulsa at home. Kentucky at home. At Vanderbilt. What am I looking for the first 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Auburn at home.
I mean, they're going to be favored in every one of those games.
I mean, there's a path to 7-0 there. There's no doubt. I don't look at that because Alabama's not in the first half of the schedule the way they traditionally have been.
Now, their final month of the season is brutal.
At LSU, at Texas A&M.
But right now, where you know where LSU is and where Ole Miss is, that's close to a. I mean, it won't be a pick 'em. That's a winnable game.
The
for Ole
Magnolia
Miss.
Bowl, absolutely it is. I mean, a game they won last season, right?
Yeah. I mean, thank you for the 1958 reference.
Well, that's literally what they call it. Yes.
I mean, rarely when I watch LSU and Ole Miss on television do they call it the Magnolia Bowl.
I am
anymore.
a respecter of college football history, Jim Dunaway. At LSU, at Texas A&M, bye week, Alabama at home, at Arkansas. May I call it the Egg Bowl?
You can call it the Egg Bowl.
Egg Bowl on Thanksgiving night, short week. Lance is right. Once you get past Auburn, there is no breath.
But I'll tell you, they're only going to be underdogs in 3 games. They'll be underdogs, College Station, Alabama, Fayetteville.
So 3 straight games.
And maybe LSU, maybe. But if I'm an Ole Miss fan, I look at this. If you get quarterback right, which you should, this is a team that should win at least 8 games, probably.
I mean,
9.
if you're 7-0, 6-1 through those first 7 games, I think you got to feel pretty good, knowing I got some losses coming up. But I mean, if you're 7-0,
but that does give Jackson Dart, you assume Jackson Dart, a chance to get his feet wet as the starting quarterback, and if he stays healthy, that Ole Miss team could have a little chemistry when they get to the tough part of the schedule. Big year for Lane Kiffin, and Connor O'Gara writes about it at Saturday Down South.
Are you ever good with your team going backwards, though?
Yeah, that's the problem. You could be 7-0 and finish 7-5. Yeah, both those things could happen.
Like as an NFL fan, you understand if your team, your Tampa Bay Bucks, won a Super Bowl last year, you kind of assumed they were going to go backwards. They made the playoffs, and you were like, I understand.
So
this.
you're asking if you're going to start 7-5, would you rather, or if you're going to be 7-5, would you rather start 7-0 or 3-4?
Oh, I'd rather start 7-0. I mean, that's going to be great. That's going to be fun for a little bit. And I'll roll my dice at the end.
Yeah,
and
but
see
at
what I end up
3-4, I'm going to get hot late. I'm going to feel confident.
Yeah, but if I'm a Lane Kiffin, so I saw in year 1 he was 500. Last year he wins 10 games. I want progression. I want this thing to continue to go in the right. I want him to be able to compete with now Alabama.
Yeah, and maybe he will. That's that part of that 7-0 start. That's what I'm saying. If I'm 7-0, Brown, then I don't have any more newcomers anymore. I'd rather play my tough games at the end than I would at the beginning.
Ole Miss does that.
Yeah,
Get your wish if you're an Ole Miss fan.
A lot more in the story why this year is the biggest test of Lane Kiffin's head coaching career to date from Connor O'Gara. You can get it at the morning rounds. That is right there at nextroundlive.com. You can also check out the store right there of all of our Next Round gear, including this T-shirt that shows the new map of the SEC, adding Texas and Oklahoma to the mix right there. You can have the rest of the country. We'll take these and play college football with them. You can check that T-shirt out and more at nextround.store or a link off of nextround.com right there online. When we come back, we'll set the table tonight for what's happening in sports, NBA Major League Baseball schedule, talk a little bit about the NBA playoffs, and we'll talk to Clay Travis at the top of the hour, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Odie's.
Yes, tomorrow night, a little team trivia. You guys will be filling in, right?
Yeah. You remember that, Dunaway? Dunaway forgot.
I'm filling in again?
Yeah. You confirmed it.
Yeah, you agreed. I was here for it.
I remember you asking, can you guys fill in? I thought it would be, when you said that, honest to goodness, I thought it was you, Will, and Rockstar. I thought he was asking you. I didn't know I was in the mix, too.
It's you, Will, and Brown.
Where's Rockstar?
Me and Rocky are out.
I am expecting a child. I am not allowed to.
You're pregnant?
Yeah, I am not allowed to leave the house alone for a while.
Well, that's probably a good policy.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway, with all that said, a Birmingham institution located in Crestline
Wait,
Village.
am I Rockstar?
I think
Will's going to be Rockstar.
Yeah, Will's Rockstar.
Can Will sing? Because I can.
You just nailed Cinderella earlier.
Yeah, I heard it.
Happy birthday.
I hope we got a slew of birthdays.
Please get there early and drink plenty to cover this guy up. Get there, though. Enjoy some of the great lunches, dinners from Rodney Davis, burgers, award-winning wings, delicious sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Go see Will Haver and that great staff, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village. And remember, tomorrow night, Odie's Team Trivia.
Isn't that the way you do it?
You did it better, actually. The head bobbing thing. Is
you know what? You know what the viewing audience just saw? Dunaway realizing that's one less night. He's got to make plans to be away from the house. Somebody did it for me.
No, now I've got to cancel my Wednesday night plans.
Move to Thursday.
All right, back in a moment on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. The best ride I've ever had is the car I'm in right now, an Alfa Romeo Stelvio from our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. In a world where we hear about supply chain all the time, that's not a problem at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. They have the largest selection in the Southeast, and people come from all over to work with Bo O'Neill and his team. Find out for yourself. Stop by the dealership just off I-459 Grants Mill Road exit or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender. Stay up to date with The Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
You've heard some of my coworkers talk about the amazing results they've had from Way to Wellness. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. I didn't set out to drop a bunch of weight. I was just looking for sensible snacks to maintain my weight. I found those at Way to Wellness. You can too. Visit aplanforme.com. Whether you want to lose weight or just snack more sensibly and maintain your weight, you can do that with Way to Wellness. I love the fudge graham and the caramel crunch. They are terrific. Find out more at aplanforme.com. And join us here on The Next Round for our journey to a healthier life with Way to Wellness.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hey, our show's brought to you every day in part by our friends at Mortgage Right. We were just talking with the Mortgage Right folks that were up here the other day about how important it is to have somebody in your corner. Some of you are out there looking for a brand new home right now. Some of you are selling your home right now, and you want to have that mortgage already taken care of in your pocket. Lock something in right now. Mortgage Right to people to do it.
Hey, Mortgage Right puts the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home, so let them make home ownership a possibility for you. Landing a mortgage is priority number one when you want to buy a home, and with Mortgage Right, it doesn't have to be a hassle. They will give you the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. If you've been thinking about purchasing a new home, now is the time to act. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start that home buying journey today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
All right. Basketball happening tonight. So too Major League Baseball. Here's what's on tap for you today, and you can always get games to watch right there at the morning rounds every morning. But in Major League Baseball, 2:10 this afternoon. Hey, Giants and Mets. We talked about the Mets and the Dodgers in the first segment. Dodgers who beat the Braves last night, 8-2. The Mets are off to a good start. Those Giants are 7-3 too. That franchise always seems to have a bunch of guys that aren't the top of the list of superstars, and they seem to just win. I mean, that would be a pesty little team to have in your division. And the Dodgers have to deal with them every year.
Well, last year we continued to wait for the Giants to fall apart, and they never did. But it's been, if you look historically, Giants, good year, bad year.
Yeah,
good year,
it's weird,
bad
isn't it?
year. Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be good year. Again, it's really early right now, though.
When I say San Francisco Giants, first player that comes to your mind?
Will Clark, for whatever reason.
I think that's who it is for me, too.
Really?
Yeah.
The third baseman, was it Matt Williams?
Matt Williams, too. They used to touch his chin on his shoulder. Remember that?
Yeah. Barry Bonds, obviously.
Rockstar always does the random player.
Buster Posey.
That
San Francisco Giants, I can do it for you.
No, the San Francisco Giants, I am out.
Yeah, Willie McCovey.
Oh, of course, McCovey.
Was he a Giant? Was Willie McCovey?
Yeah, he was. Yeah. McCovey and Mays. Rockstar, like when we say Miami Dolphins, he always says
Rondé Gaston.
Yeah, those random Dolphins.
Well, Braves and Dodgers tonight, 9-10 on TBS. And then we got 3 more games in the NBA tonight. Hawks and Heat, they roll at TNT on 6:30. That's Miami off to a 1-0 start in that series. Timberwolves and Grizzlies, 7:30 NBA TV. Minnesota took game 1 in Memphis. They'll try to steal another one tonight. And the Pelicans and Suns, 9 o'clock on TNT. Phoenix a 1-0 lead in that series. Last night, you had the Mavericks winning. I'll tell you what, this Jalen Brunson kid, without Luka playing, he scored 41 last night. He's an unrestricted free agent.
Yeah, because he was drafted to the second round, right? I mean, this guy...
but when you drop 41 in the playoffs,
you're a pretty good player.
Good time to be unrestricted free agent.
No doubt. I don't know if you remember. I think Lance, I don't have his numbers in front of me. I think he was pretty good in the postseason in college too, Jalen Brunson, for Villanova.
So Brunson is going to get paid. I don't think there's any doubt. But for them to be able to survive and win that game against Utah without Luka, still probably not going to be back for game 3. And there's a chance he won't even make it back for this entire series. I don't know how they can win this series without Luka.
So they go back to Utah series tied at 1. Warriors up 2-0. They beat Denver again last night with Steph Curry and Draymond, all those stars you're used to. Jordan Poole has gone 30-29 in the first 2 games there.
Best first
I've got
2
Steph
games.
covered. What about that Poole kid?
I
don't care. I got Steph covered.
Let Poole beat us. If he beats us, he beats us.
Well, with them playing small ball with Poole, Thompson, Curry, Draymond, and Andrew Wiggins, they've been dominant in this series. And
well, how good has Clay been since hadn't he missed like the past 2 or 3 years?
Yeah, he's been out forever.
Has he been good at all?
Yes.
Has he recovered?
He's been good. He hasn't been what Steph has been off the bench now in back-to-back games. And then Jordan Poole, with that 59 points, the most points in his first 2 games as a Warrior in postseason history since Wilt Chamberlain. So pretty high air there.
Joel Embiid with 31 and 11 last night. Sixers beat the Raptors. Brownie's got a poll question for us today. It's brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment, LT. Tell us about Cowan.
Cowan with us since day one. And if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
The poll just went out, so it's extremely early voting. But if you know you're going to be 7-5, do you want to start out 3-4 or 7-0? 3-4 has a very early big lead, but it is early. Yesterday, in the show, still vote here. Have you ever driven 100 miles per hour plus in your personal car or truck? 74% said yes. 26% said no.
Ooh, I've never done it. I'm in the Stelvio from Alfa Romeo.
And you've never hit 100.
And it can get up and go. Before that, which one was I? I was in a different Alfa Romeo car, a little more sporty.
You're in the Giulia.
The Giulia. And so I was coming back from the Iron Bowl, and it was late. I had gone out for dinner. And the traffic had died down, but I was riding with the traffic, and we were cruising along, and I looked down, and we were doing like 92, and it felt like I was doing 70. So I don't think I've ever touched 100 in my personal car.
John on Twitter says, I've been 175 and a 350Z on 459.
No, thank you.
175?
That's what he says on 459.
Yeah, I hate to be irresponsible. I've tapped out 100 a couple of times. I don't plan on doing it again, though.
If he blows a right side tire,
he's done.
Well, 459's Autobahn, man. 165 on 65 North. In an SRT4. I have no clue what that is. Guessing it goes fast.
Boy, I hope I'm in the right lane when you pass me.
And this one, we know is official. He's pulled over doing 120 and a 60 on 59 South.
That's going to be a problem.
Our boy's got a lead foot, John does.
We're going to call that a reckless driving ticket.
It is a reckless driving ticket.
You'd be double the limit?
Tim Litzicum, Brandon Belt, Chili Davis, Russ Davis from Hueytown, all checking in on the chat room over there of Giants that you think of when you first hear Giants. Giants Mets get the day going of television for Major League Baseball. We go to Clay Travis on the other side right here on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech. 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
I won money both by DraftKings last night with Jordan Tiamu.
How'd he play? Did he play pretty well?
Played okay. Better in the first half and the second half. Couple interceptions kept me from winning more money with Jordan Tiamu.
Should have thrown another interception. They had some big third and long conversions early.
They did. B.J. Emmons looked pretty good. Alabama running back playing for Tampa Bay. So Tampa Bay wins it over Pittsburgh 17-3 to wrap up week one of the USFL season. We've talked a lot of college football, baseball, and basketball in the first hour. We're about to get to Clay Travis. Over in the chat room, 125 says Bama Crimson 7-7 in a Mustang on 459 a GT. Richard D, 152 is the fastest he's ever been in his personal car up in Haleyville in a Z28. And Greg from Storm Restoration Roofing said his Storm Restoration Roofing next round Chevy Silverado, like a NASCAR, has hit 100 miles per hour a few times. He says the only problem is people call me and tell me to slow down because my number's on the truck.
That's pretty bad.
Clay Travis on the first week of the USFL after LT tells us about exclusive auto wholesale.
Hey, last day I'm in that 2021 Ford Bronco. If you're in the market for any car out there, Drew Shields and his team, they can hook you up. If you're in the car buying or selling market, one place you've got to check out, that's our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. Exclusive Auto Wholesale has the technology that will give you an instant cash offer for your car, whether you buy something from EAW or not. Drew and his team want to buy your car, any car. It's as simple as typing in your VIN number, miles, condition, uploading a few pics, and then bam, from the website, you get an offer for your car instantly. Exclusive Auto Wholesale can take care of you nationwide with repeat business in almost every state. For more information, check out their website today. Go to eawcars.net. That's eawcars.net, or go see that incredible showroom, 2630 Pelham Parkway.
Clay Travis on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Clay? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are y'all?
Awesome. Thanks. You spent some time in our fair city over the weekend watching the start of the USFL. I consumed the game on television. As you know, Lance and Jim were with you. Look, I mean, it was they've been practicing like 3 weeks. It was the first game of the league. I was blown away at the quality, at least of the Birmingham, New Jersey game. I thought the TV production looked good. I thought it was a huge win for the USFL Saturday night.
Yeah, look, I mean, they're in the process of trying to demonstrate that spring football makes sense. And I've thought it does for a long time, but obviously there have been a lot of different leagues that have failed. The advantage that the USFL has, and I think I told you guys this last week, is they've already got a television partner because Fox owns the league. So unlike a lot of the other leagues that have to go out sort of hat in hand and convince people to put them on, Fox has got the programming to put on. They'll finish, obviously, the first year. I think they'll certainly play a second year, and it'll be intriguing. To me, the big question is going to be, there's always a little bit of initial interest. What does the dip look like as we move into week 2 and 3 after the opening weekend game, drew 3 million or more, whatever the total number was when all was calculated. So I think that's really kind of the question going forward.
So what's going to happen with the XFL? Because now it looks like they want to go head-to-head with the USFL.
Yeah, I don't know. Remember, the XFL started right after the NFL ended. I actually like this time frame better because I don't know about you guys, but the day after the Super Bowl, as much fun as football is, I'm ready to kind of move on and take a couple of week breather and then get ready for college basketball. I actually like the launch here because the time frame is, especially when you get into June and July, there really isn't any major competition. Now, I know that Major League Baseball is going on, but it's kind of the dog days of the Major League Baseball season. And people are ready for the NFL to return, but you're not quite to training camps and everything else associated with the return of football. So I actually think what we'll probably see, and I'm curious if I'm going to end up being right, is the usual dip in interest as we go to weeks 2 and 3. But I think as they come down the home stretch of the season, we may start to see an uptick in interest as people sort of buy into to football season not being that far away. I mean, you guys know this because we've done it for years. How many times do people just love SEC media days and wildly overcover and pay attention to it relative to the news just because there's this great demand for football season to finally be here. And I think that the USFL can kind of sate some of that demand.
Clay Travis is with us, and he was in town with a number of Fox executives, the brass of Fox Sports, for the opening weekend of the USFL. And I'm interested, and I think a lot of people in Birmingham are interested about this, Clay, is what is the perception with the Fox people, the execs, and the nation, you think, of, okay, when Birmingham's playing, there's 17,000 plus in the stadium. When everyone else is playing, there's going to be nobody or very few people. Are they expecting Birmingham fans to go to these other games? Are they disappointed if we don't go to those games? Or do you think the Fox folks, the nation's going to look bad on Birmingham if we're not putting a few thousand fans in for the Tampa Bay Pittsburgh game?
I don't know. I mean, that's a good question. I know that everybody's pretty happy with the game on Saturday night. I would like to think that as more people become aware of the fact that these games exist and how cheap the tickets are, that there's going to be people who decide to take their family and go watch some of these games. I mean, I think the natural challenge is there's never really been a precedent for something like this, right? Where you have 8 different teams representing 8 different geographical areas, and you play them all at effectively the same place until you get to the playoffs when you're going to move those games to Ohio. So it is, to me, the opportunity that Birmingham has is to demonstrate that they can be a big league city, right? And I know that there's going to be, I mean, when you're talking about 4 games every weekend, only one of them involves Birmingham. I think that's going to be a challenge that would have existed everywhere. But I'm curious to see whether people sort of, as the weather gets better, I know the weather was kind of tough on what I guess it would have been Sunday when a lot of those games are going on, at least initially. So I'm curious to see as people become more aware of what it's like, what that will transpire to reflect. I think the more people in the crowd in general, the more it feels like people care, even if the number of people in the crowd are a tiny subset of the number of people watching at home, right? I think you saw that, for instance, in the NFL when they had empty stadiums with COVID. It didn't really, or quarter-filled stadiums or whatever it was, it didn't really feel like a normal game. I do think that the crowd watching at home takes some of the feel for that game, even if they're sitting on their couch, based on how the crowd in person is reacting.
Clay Travis is with us, Outkick.com. You see him on Fox Sports. Follow him on Twitter, @Clay Travis. He is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I'm curious if we have ever seen a marketing deal that matched up with the person getting the deal better than this one. For instance, I'll give you what I feel like is a bad example. Like Joe Montana and Tony Romo selling Skechers, and Howie Long has just never felt, I don't feel like those guys genuinely wear Skechers, right? Today, Hooters has announced that they have signed an NIL deal with John Daly Jr., who's a freshman golfer at Arkansas. Yeah. And his dad's had a long-running deal with him, Clay, and it just, like, that is a perfect match to me for endorser and company. And now they're extending it to another generation, which will probably fit too.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw that, I thought, how in the world do we not at Outkick have a Hooters deal, considering that I'm the First Amendment and boobs guy, right?
Well,
like
that's
that
true,
seems
yes.
kind of like a natural fit for us too, or was it Tilted Kilt or whoever those
Twin Peaks would work for you. Twin Peaks would work.
Twin Peaks also would be a no-brainer, I would think. But yeah, like I do think that whatever the cost of that partnership was, it will be immediately recouped in just the media attention that they get over the next day or two associated with signing it, and that's a sign of how well paired the endorser and the product are.
If you were a general manager, you needed a quarterback in the first round, would you go Baker Mayfield if he was available, or one of these other guys like Malik Willis, Kenny Pickett, Matt Corral?
I'd probably take a chance with one of the younger guys, just because I feel like we know what Baker is, and it's possible that one of the guys in the quarterback draft this year is going to be a total stud, right? I feel like Baker is no better than the 20th best starting quarterback in the NFL. And look, I mean, there are certainly guys that are worse, but based on what we've seen in the first 4 years, I think it's 4 years of his career, maybe it's only 3, but I think it's 4. We feel like we have a pretty good sense for what his ceiling is and what his floor is on a game-to-game basis. There are relatively few, and you guys know this well, quarterbacks that don't pan out at their first location and then become big-time playmakers at another location. It just doesn't happen very often. Doesn't mean that it can't, but it just doesn't happen very often. So for the most part, you are what the film reflects that you are after your first 4 or 5 years in the league. So I would take a chance on, and I'm not sure which of those guys, by the way, Matt Corral, Kenny Pickett, Malik Willis, which of those guys might end up being good. And it's possible none of them are going to be very good, right? But I would rather have an uncertain potential stud than a certain mediocrity.
All right, so as soon as Lance asked that, Brandon in the chat room, because this came up when we discussed this the other day, Baker Mayfield or Ryan Tannehill, if you're a Titans fan?
I'm not really that excited about either of them, but to me, at least you're done with, in theory, Ryan Tannehill after this year if you're the Titans.
Yeah.
So I don't feel like Baker Mayfield is going to, in some way, look, Tannehill had a couple of really good seasons with the Titans, and then last year he was crap. And worse than crap in the postseason.
Cost you the game. Cost you the game in the postseason.
Yeah, totally cost the game. I mean, all you had to do was beat the Bengals at home, and you had them sacked 9 times.
Yep.
It's not like the defense was getting crushed and they gave up 45 points or something and you lost. I mean, you got 9 sacks. Had the ball 3 times, I think, in the fourth quarter, tie game with a chance to win. Don't throw an interception at the end. In the worst case scenario, it goes to overtime. And he gave it away at home. So this is the second straight home playoff game Ryan Tannehill's lost. And so he's done to me. I have zero faith that he's going to make a run for the Titans. I suspect that most of his teammates kind of feel the same way about him. and as a result, I don't really want Ryan Tannehill long-term commitment, and I certainly don't want Baker Mayfield long-term commitment.
But you won't finish bad enough as the Titans to get a high draft pick. Now, you could trade up there potentially. I mean, so what would the Titans do there, you think?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm not sold that they're going to – I mean, yes, you're right. I mean, it's probably likely that the Titans will contend because the Texans and the Jags are so bad. Yep. That they'll contend to potentially win the AFC South for a third straight year. So I don't know. I mean, look, they're going to have to make some big decisions. I mean, they do have a lot of trade capital, right? I mean, A.J. Brown at some point is going to be expecting $20 million a year as a wide receiver. If the Titans are moving on from Ryan Tannehill after this year, I could see a situation where we have a Tyreek Hill type trade where a team that thinks that they are on the upswing trades with the Titans for A.J. Brown, takes on a big contract, and the Titans get a high-level draft pick to potentially go grab a quarterback of the future. I also think that, look, John Robinson may feel like he has the ability to go find somebody else who's on the scrap heap and find him at low value. While Tannehill is overpaid now, the Titans got him for virtually nothing from your Dolphins. And I think if you had said, hey, Ryan Tannehill is going to join the Titans and they're going to win 2 straight AFC South championships and go to the AFC Championship game with him, I think most people would have said no way. So he certainly exceeded expectations. I think the problem he's shown is that his ceiling is where it is. And I think the other thing with the Titans is, what's so frustrating about that Bengals loss is it feels like they may have missed their window because Derrick Henry's now 28 years old, and as much of a freak as he is, there aren't that many running backs who are elite after the age of 30. You saw him break down a little bit, at least with the injury that he had. And I know he worked his way back, but we'll see how good he is this coming year. But I could see a scenario where the Titans move on from A.J. Brown, where they move on from Derrick Henry and Ryan Tannehill, and go back and try to get younger and use a lot of those assets to try to recoup draft capital.
We got a reservation for 4 tonight at a great steakhouse called Oak House that just opened here, and we need one more. If we sent a plane, our Wheels Up plane to you in Nashville, would you fly in and have dinner with us tonight, or do you have other plans?
I'm eating dinner with Trump tonight, so I will be tapping out on that.
We're more interesting, Clay.
Oh. I love like Dunaway thinking Clay might beat around the bush. Clay, I'm eating dinner with Trump tonight, period, in the Senate.
Hey, what will y'all have, by the way?
I think they sent a menu already. I can't even remember. I mean, look, I'm not going to be picky. I mean, first of all, I like it any and everything, but I think there's a steak and a fish dish. So
does
I think both of them.
High-end wine?
I don't think Trump drinks.
Interesting. Wow, breaking news.
No, I think that's right. I think I'm right.
Dun, dun, dun.
He doesn't drink.
He does not.
He does not drink. Wow.
No,
he doesn't drink any alcohol. I mean, I think he had one of the all-time great quotes, which was, "Can you imagine if I did drink?" What I would say.
No.
Which was,
him on Twitter.
I think most people are pleased he doesn't drink. Like, okay, that's a good thing.
So this is the second time you visited him at his home?
Well, I've been if you count the White House as a home, I guess it would be the third.
Well, I'm just setting you up all day long today.
You really are. You have teed Clay up twice now, if you count the White House.
Well, see, here's the problem. I think I lost $1 to Brown that you didn't bring up. You were having dinner with Trump, that I had to set you up to get you to admit you were having dinner with Trump. I told Brown.
I mean, when you get to, let's be honest. When you get to be as big time as me, I mean, I don't even need to brag, right? I mean,
Thank you for being honest.
Well, let me ask you though, Clay, will you be the second most famous person at this dinner?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Okay.
I personally think Clay will have a higher Q rating right now.
Well, I don't know.
When he rolls into dinner. I went home and bragged to my wife about you. A servant's heart the other night in the suite. You kept basically waiting on my table. You kept saying, "Jim, do you need another beer? Jim, you want another beer? Jim, anybody need a beer?" You were like waiting on my table.
Yeah, I did. I waited on the whole suite. I wanted to make sure everybody had enough alcohol.
Yeah.
We had the. I mean, by the way, that's a well-designed, I would say, suite side. I guess that's the west entrance to the UAB Stadium.
Uh-huh.
They've done a nice job building out that entry sort of foyer or whatever you would call it there, and the suites above it. I was pretty impressed. I'm sure they spent a substantial amount of money, but that's well done.
All right, he is Clay Travis at Clay Travis on Twitter, Outkick.com. Thank you, Clay. Enjoy your dinner tonight. We'll see you next week.
All right, sounds good. I'll see you all.
All right, bye. That is Clay with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Do you think at any point his relationship with us dings Secret Service anytime he has to go? Now, you still associate with Lance, Ryan, and Jim?
That was the ultimate humble brag, though. Is this the second time you've been to dinner at his home? Well, third time if you count the White House as his home. What a humble brag.
Hey, part of our show being brought to you by another great event that's coming to town. I mean, we just, one great event.
One after the other.
One great event after another right here in Birmingham, AL. It is time for them to come back. It's the Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama presented by America's First Federal Credit Union. They return to Barber Motorsports Park April 29th through May 1st. Help me with the calendar. That's not this weekend, that's next weekend, right?
I believe that is correct.
All right, so not this weekend, but next weekend. The fastest drivers in the world, including 4-time Indy 500 champion Helio Castroneves and 7-time Cup champion Jimmy Johnson from the NASCAR Series. They'll battle it out at Barber with the other open-wheel racers. Special guest Tim Tebow will kick off all the events as the Grand Marshal. Tickets are selling fast, so get yours right now. IndyAlabama.com. That's INDY. IndyAlabama.com. IndyAlabama.com for the Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by America's First Federal Credit Union. IndyAlabama.com. Is Helio Castroneves the best non-English name that I say?
You nail it, actually.
Yeah.
I remember
Helio Castroneves.
Is it the best non-English name that I say?
Yeah, I mean,
I look for anything to put on the trophy case, Rockstar.
I do think you nailed that one, though. Helio Castroneves.
I mean, I struggle on, but I think I'm pretty good at DJ Uyunglele now.
Yeah, I think you struggled at the start of that one.
I'm struggling with Nico Amalieva.
Oh, look at you.
But I'm getting closer.
Yeah, that's better than you've done.
These night classes in Spanish are really paying off for me.
Jim's going to be doing one of those Rosetta Stone commercials.
Hook it on Pahonix.
All right. Still to come, more college football when we come back. And Rockstar's viewing menu. The show is being brought to you by our friends at Michelson. Our Michelson look ahead includes Barrett Jones, who's due up at 11 o'clock to talk a little SEC football with us. LT, tell us about Michelson.
Yeah, make that call today, 969-8100. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, I wore the contacts and solution for over a decade. It was wasting money. If you've been procrastinating, thinking about if LASIK is right for you, now's the time to make the phone call. 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They will hook you up with an absolutely free consultation. It is as simple as that. Find out if it's right for you. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. For more information, MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. The best ride I've ever had is the car I'm in right now, an Alfa Romeo Stelvio from our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. In a world where we hear about supply chain all the time, that's not a problem at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. They have the largest selection in the Southeast, and people come from all over to work with Bo O'Neill and his team. Find out for yourself. Stop by the dealership just off I-459 Grants Mill Road exit or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in Gabe Day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man in a Toolbox. One Man in a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The racing, the big one, the camping, it's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Two things on the college football wire. One of them, former Auburn quarterback D. Davis, goes HBCU. He's going to quarterback Alabama State. What a fascinating pickup for another team in the SWAC. Yeah. That talent level in the SWAC keeps going up and up, and I think part of it is due to Deion Sanders, what he's doing at Jackson State, and everyone else sort of pouring in the resources and hitting the portal and trying to up their game to keep up with Jackson State.
Yeah, I think that does help. And if you wondered if he was leaving on awful terms, he did have a tweet that had some nice things to say about Auburn and the coaches there. So I don't, this is a guy that I think just scanned the landscape and thought, I'm not getting on the field.
Just want to play, man.
I just want to play.
Yeah.
So he's going to go do it in the HBCU.
Yeah, but now he's going in and he's going to join a quarterback room that's got the reigning SWAC freshman of the year.
Akil Glass. Oh, okay. Yeah. So he's the freshman of the year?
Yeah, was freshman of the year in conference.
That's a challenge.
Yeah. Wow. I didn't know that. I was still thinking, boy, it's probably been a couple of years since.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys.
I think he was A&M, in fact, now that I think of it.
I think we're all competitive, but if I am going to transfer out of a situation, I'm going to transfer into a situation I feel really good about.
Yeah, I'm going to want to know I'm starting.
Yeah. So, and he's from Texas. It's not like he's trying to stay local because he's from the area. So he's going to Alabama State. Big pickup for them there, at least a name we recognize. And then Brown downplayed this when I was bragging about it this morning, but I'm going to give it another try. When Agiye Hall left Alabama, and we were talking about that on the show, I said, you can just book him in the burnt orange and hook 'em horns. This guy will end up following Jaleel Billingsley because, birds of a feather stick together, and both of them were disgruntled in Tuscaloosa. They hung out together, and Steve Sarkisian's had no bones about, trying to bring assistant coaches or players from Tuscaloosa and his time in Tuscaloosa. Visit over the weekend from Ajay Hall and his family. They said they loved it, and he loved being toured around by Jaleel Billingsley.
Well, I guess I downplayed it in the pre-show.
Yeah,
because I don't think it's that original of an idea. I think everybody in the world thought that's where this guy would go.
Right when you said it, we both said the same thing. Yeah, totally agree. It makes the most sense that would be one of the number one places he would look at.
Seems like you were like, oh, really? So you think Texas? When I said it on the show originally that day, and now that it's happened, you're watering it down.
No, I don't think it.
And has it officially happened though?
No, but he's gonna. I mean,
he's still shopping.
I'd be stunned if he didn't go to Texas.
Yeah. So Ajay Hall had a great visit to Texas.
Yeah.
Could be Steve Sarkisian's positive or problem. Depending on how he ends up being when he gets to Austin. Time now for the New Life Art viewing menu. Let's see what Rockstar's watching tonight, brought to you by New Life Art.
Yeah, hey, in New Life Art, Daniel Moore has completed his full original color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as Alabama knocked off that vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game. If you go to DanielMooreArt.com, put in TNR, you're going to get 15% off. And also remember, our friends at New Life Art, they bring you our great contest, T-shirt contest, submit and win. Go to nextroundlive.com, submit your T-shirt design and win. It's as simple as that.
2 things tonight, 7 p.m. on Access TV. You got a new episode of the Top 10 revealed, their list tonight, Top 10 rock star movies. And you know it's going to be good because you know who's on the panel. Lisa Loeb.
Oh,
she knows rock star movies.
Almost Famous has got to be in there.
That's your number one. What do you say?
I'm sure Rockstar with Mark Wahlberg, literally.
Spinal Tap?
This is Spinal Tap. Oh, I swear.
This is Spinal Tap. Excuse me, Rockstar.
Tiger Wood.
Airheads, right?
Airheads was a good film.
I never saw it.
Wayne's World?
Nah, well, Wayne's World 2 had rock stars in it.
Yeah.
Wayne's World, because Wayne's World 2 had Aerosmith in it.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. And then secondly, for Dunaway tonight, Netflix, a new documentary, White Hot, The Rise and Fall of...
White Hot, The Rise...
It's for Dunaway. It's for you.
Fall of...
White Hot.
Abercrombie and Fitch.
Oh. Why is
Boy,
it white hot?
It burned fast, it seemed.
It says Abercrombie & Fitch conquered malls in the late 90s and early 2000s with gorgeous models, pulsating dance beats, and a fierce scent. But their all-American image shattered as exclusionary marketing and hiring practices came to light. I mean, they're supposed to be like a huge rise. Because I remember there was one in the Galleria where it wasn't Abercrombie & Fitch anymore.
So
it became
loud,
Abercrombie.
Yeah.
And it
was loud. Well, I mean, it's a part of the history of our... It's the part of the history of our show.
Yeah, it is.
So...
But go ahead and tell them that, and I got one takeaway from that.
Okay.
Go.
So our first actual shows as the next round were from the Galleria for SEC Media Days. And we went to the Galleria and we're like, we need a bigger than normal setup. And our idea is we would like to rent some storefront that you're not using right now. And Mike White at the Galleria said, great news, the old McMillan's Big and Tall is available. It's right outside the Winfrey. Perfect spot for you.
Right next to Radio Row.
Yeah, right next to Radio Row. Here's the only thing. They have cleaned the store out. There's nothing in there. You guys got to bring your own.
Everything must have gone.
It must have gone. You got to bring your own furniture. What did we not own at the time?
We didn't own furniture.
So
we didn't have a ton of money.
We didn't have a ton of money floating around. We didn't have a whole lot of furniture. So we were like, okay, can we go to Rent-A-Center or whatever it is and rent some furniture or something like that.
Aaron's or somebody.
Aaron's. Or is there a furniture store that for advertisement would deliver us some sofas or whatever? And then Mike calls us back, hey, I was thinking about the furniture thing. Abercrombie Fitch moved out, but they left their furniture behind. Yep. You guys are welcome to anything in that store.
Yeah. And by the way, how long ago did they move out?
Oh, I don't
Years.
know. But he said, you're welcome to anything in that store. The only catch is you got to move it yourself.
Yep. And so we moved it. But
what my takeaway from that? What's your takeaway?
My takeaway from that was the description of Abercrombie and Fitch and the title again. What is it?
White Hot: The Rise and Fall of Abercrombie and Fitch.
But you said something about music. What is it? The beat or whatever.
90s and early 2000s with gorgeous models, pulsing dance beats, and fierce scent.
Fierce scent.
That was my takeaway.
My takeaway is we went to this abandoned store who's been abandoned I don't know how long.
It still had the smell.
And it still
100%.
smelled like Abercrombie and Fitch.
Over.
You cannot get over it. Yeah.
In fact, I would go. I had the smell. Do you ever get one of those smells that could just get stuck in your nose? I think it did that week because I don't know if the furniture still smelled that way.
Did you shower twice?
It had to.
I didn't shower twice, but I had that smell with me the whole week. And then McMillan's Big and Tall ended up smelling like Abercrombie Fitch when we would close the doors and lock that furniture up.
But I will tell you, it was a comforting smell to me because I used to go there all the time.
I used to wear that cologne.
What did you go there for?
I had a panic attack today. I need to go to Abercrombie.
I would go there, and that was late single, Jim, in the early days. And I would go there.
Yeah, but they marketed to teenagers.
They did, but I was a single guy.
Young at heart, man.
I mean, listen, of this panel here, other than Brown, we all of us struggle to stay young at times. Brown seems to be okay getting old as hell. He's been old since he was 22. You really have, though. You've been an older soul for a long, long time.
Yeah, but I had somebody tell me somebody asked me the other day how old I was. And it was a younger person. This person was either late teens or early 20s. And I told him, I just turned 46. And they said, that stuns me. You look far younger than 46.
There's a humble brag for you.
Yeah. And I was like, well, thank you.
Brown didn't tell you they had one eye.
I didn't bring it up. I didn't bring it up.
I love the anonymous source tells him.
I didn't
the unnamed person.
No, it was an unnamed person. Yeah. But they were in there. They were either a teenager or early 20s. Stunned I was 46. Yeah. And I said, well, thank you.
Well, teenagers don't have a really good gauge on age.
I think what we've learned is the ladies of the Aliceville women's prison don't think I'm 46 either.
They don't.
I don't think they care if you're 76.
Yeah. I think
I don't think I'm most of their speed.
I think you owe me
whoever's carrying a natural shank.
I think I think you owe me $1. I think I told you he would bring that back up on the show.
I know. It's been weeks.
It's been weeks. I gave him a shout out on the Zone the other night.
No, you didn't.
I did. What? They watch every night, I'm told. A guard told me that the women at the Aliceville prison, he's a guard at the Aliceville women's prison, and he said every Sunday night they watch the Zone on 3340. And they used to listen to us on Jocks, but they can't anymore because they don't have internet access. They can't listen to us. So they watch us on the Zone every Sunday night. So I figure, well, crap, if they're going to watch every Sunday night, I'll give them a shout out. So I give them a shout out.
What's after the Zone?
I don't know.
I just wonder if it's lights out or they get to continue watching MacGyver.
Matlock.
Prison Break.
Yeah. That's what Rockstar's watching, brought to you by our friends at New Life. Also, you can jump on the phones with us, 205-734-0923. Brownie, that'll get us into the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, 734-0923. Two easy locations of the Johnston RV Center folks up there. Love that family.
Yeah, they're right off I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur, and you can always find them online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. It's home to Cherokee America's #1 selling camper brand. Financing available at Johnston RV Center. JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Matt Hayes at Saturday Down South writing a story in his First and 10 yesterday about South Carolina Spencer Rattler getting away from what they call a toxic situation with Lincoln Riley. Lincoln's taken some hits from Spencer Rattler since he left the program. But what amazes me is the people who reached out to Rattler and that he chose South Carolina. Listen to this names of people that called or actually flew to Norman to talk to Spencer Rattler. Lane Kiffin flew in to Norman and spoke to him face to face. Lane Kiffin did.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like they were deep in the running for him to me.
Chip Kelly of UCLA called him. Scott Frost of Nebraska called him. Herm Edwards of Arizona State. Pat Narduzzi of Pittsburgh. Brian Harsin of Auburn, all reaching out to Spencer Rattler. He had all those options.
That's shocking to me.
And he chose South Carolina.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's a tough job for Shane Beamer. It's traditionally not a great football program.
Now, was he one of his lead recruiters at Oklahoma? I mean, that might have been the connection.
He had a relationship.
Yeah,
he didn't say he was a lead recruiter, but they had a relationship.
But there was the pre-existing relationship to the point, and, that had to help that. But I'm with Lance. I mean, of all those, although South Carolina's on an upward trajectory after 1 year, I mean, it is just 1 year, Lance, but of all those, what's his best situation just to go win games, you think?
It might be Auburn.
Really? You think of all those teams, UCLA, Nebraska, Auburn, Arizona State, Pittsburgh, South Carolina, and Ole Miss, that Auburn was in a better
Ole Miss
situation?
is in better shape than Auburn. Yeah.
Ole Miss is. UCLA might be, but Dorian Thompson-Robinson's back, so he's not going to win that job. But I think Auburn's right there. I guess the way to look at it, if you're Shane Beamer, you could sell, hey, we were 7-6 last year in my first year without a quarterback.
That's right. Imagine what we'd done if we'd have just had competent quarterback play. I was starting a graduate assistant part of the year.
Without a quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, Lance is right about that. That is a sales job, especially if you already have a relationship with Beamer. And Beamer has gone out in the portal and gotten some receivers, too.
Yeah.
I mean, he's gotten him some tools.
He's gotten tailback Christian Bill Smith, tight end Austin Stogner, wide receivers Antoine Wells and Corey Rutger. 5 big offensive skill players landed in the portal, and that's what makes South Carolina this unknown, dangerous product coming into the season. We talk Tennessee, we talk Florida as the contender for Georgia, we talk maybe Kentucky again. Could it be South Carolina? Brown, do your schedule thing while he goes.
No, you're just asking to challenge Georgia, right?
To be that second place team. Can it be South Carolina?
To me, South Carolina reminds me a little bit of Arkansas in Sam Pittman's first year. Now, with that said, Arkansas went from 3 wins to 9 wins.
Well,
I just don't think I'm buying it.
Ironically, they're at Arkansas week 2. Now, they open with Georgia State, so they're 1-0. But at week 2, they're at Arkansas. That's a tough road trip.
I think
for them
they lose
week 2.
that game.
Then they get Georgia week 3. I
think they lose that game.
So basically, you're going to know really quick.
That's
is
right.
South Carolina going to be a contender or a pretender?
That's right.
Off the
I mean,
gate?
you'll know immediately. It does free up a little bit after that. I mean, you're going to play all your East teams. They still got Clemson. They got A&M also out of the West. But, I mean, boom, boom, at Arkansas, Georgia, back-to-back. I mean, if they're going to push Georgia, you'll know right away.
But it seems
Absolutely.
like 7-5 is almost kind of the ceiling, is it not?
Well, find 8 wins. Here you go. Find 8 wins. Georgia State.
1.
At Arkansas.
Possible.
Hosting Georgia. Charlotte.
2.
South Carolina State.
3.
At Kentucky.
Possible.
Off week at Texas A&M. Hosting Missouri. Or they're
Possible.
hosting A&M, hosting Missouri.
Yeah, feel good about Missouri, though.
All right,
That's
all right.
4.
That's 4. At Vanderbilt.
5.
At Florida.
Possible.
Tennessee at home.
Possible.
At Clemson. I mean,
possible.
It's hard to find 8 wins you feel good
It
about.
really
there.
does. It's hard to feel great about 6-6.
Yeah. I mean, that's the challenge of Shane Beamer now. You've got everybody excited. Everybody's fired up. And then I just read you that schedule.
Big turnout. Big turnout for the
spring
game, the Garnet and Black.
Yeah.
Do you get good or bad Spencer Rattler?
That there has been both. They exist in the same body, don't they?
I don't want good. I want great. Do I get great Spencer Rattler?
Oh, I don't know what great Spencer Rattler was. There was that one game where he came in early and looked great, but I mean, to Lance's point, good and bad Spencer Rattler are often appearing in the same game.
Yeah, but they did win a Big 12 championship with him one year, didn't they? I mean, he won the Big 12 championship that year.
Yeah.
They finished the year. All right, South Carolina is interesting, and so too is our college football offseason, 130 days now from week 0 of the college football season. We continue the conversation when we come back with some more college football news, which includes Cincinnati maybe getting a piece to the puzzle that keeps them a playoff contender. That and a lot more as we continue right here on the next round, being brought to you in part by our friends at Cowan Equipment. Go right now and do our Cowan Equipment poll quiz today. It's at nextroundlive.com. Rockstar, back in a moment.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com. Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
Okay, Birmingham, the USFL is here. Are you ready to become the pro football capital of America? Because on Saturday, April 16th, the only place to be is at Protective Stadium for this once-in-a-lifetime game. When your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Jersey Generals. Tickets are just $10 and kids get in free. Come watch history in the making. What a game! Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at lanceslog.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to lanceslog.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to lanceslog.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the poor boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Little video of the Bananas trip to Rickwood Field sold out over the weekend in the commercial break there. If you're watching us on our video platforms today, which, of course, every day is on YouTube, Twitch, on Facebook, and on Twitter. Thanks for viewing us there. Remember to like and subscribe when we're there. Part of our show being brought to you by the folks at the University of Montevallo. When you are looking for a place to call home during college, Montevallo, the perfect place for you to belong. Right now, 75-plus majors. You can study anything to make you profitable in the world, successful in the world. Theater department, business department, communication department with all new buildings there on campus. Beautiful on-campus residence that you can live on campus. Southern Living calls it one of the more beautiful campuses in the South. U.S. News and World Report talks about the price point. Tuition hasn't been raised in 5 years. That's perfect for the wallet for moms and dads out there everywhere. And don't forget, 14-to-1 student-to-professor ratio. So a small campus that's going to help your child excel academically. Learn more about Montevallo online at montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu, and check out an in-person tour as well, montevallo.edu right there. A Corey Kiner, big 4-star running back from LSU, hit the portal and quickly picked Cincinnati. He's going to play Cincinnati. Played in 11 games last year for LSU. So there's a place to run the football at Cincinnati the way Luke Fickell likes to play, and here's a guy with SEC talent going to plug a hole right there at Cincinnati.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how good Cincinnati's going to be. I mean, Fickell's built something back-to-back undefeated regular seasons, but you lose Desmond Ridder, who's probably going to be a first-round guy. Jerome Ford, your best running back, probably a top 3 kind of round guy.
And then the defense.
Yep. But Alec Pierce is going to be a receiver that probably goes in the 2nd or 3rd round. So you lose a lot off that offense.
Yep. And not to mention Sauce Gardner.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the best defensive backs. I mean,
Kobe Bryant, too, both cornerbacks.
Yeah, both cornerbacks are gone, and those cornerbacks are so good that Alabama, with a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback, decided, we know we can run the football. We're not even going to test them. We're just going to let them run the football right down their throat to win a college football semifinal game. So, I mean, I'm with Lance. I think they're a fascinating team to watch. I feel like, and I think Luke Fickell's a good coach. This is not a reflection on him. But I feel like this team regresses back to more of an 8-win
Yeah, would you take
team.
Cincinnati or the field in the American?
I'd go field.
I would take field because of Houston.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, because I think it's Houston, but I think it's between Cincinnati and Houston. I don't believe Memphis bounces back. I don't know if Gus can get UCF going in the right direction. But, this is sort of when Gus is really good, when you're not expecting him to be really good.
Yeah, I thought last year Central Florida was going to be really good with Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah.
Really good.
I did too. And he's settled in now. He's got a year to get it all gussed up for you.
All gussied up?
Yeah.
They don't play Houston in the regular season. So,
Central Florida doesn't, or Cincinnati?
Cincinnati does not. Central Florida may. Cincinnati and Central Florida do play down at the Bounce House. Central Florida also misses Houston. Wow, Houston must have a very favorable American schedule.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. All right. Rockstar, if you'll give me cut 4, Quinn Ewers, you guys remember him. He declared early out of high school, went to Ohio State after reclassifying, and became a $1 million NIL guy as a backup.
Guys, just laid sod in my yard.
Okay, don't put the picture up yet. Don't put the picture up yet. Got to reset who Quinn Ewers is.
Oh, my gosh.
The guy who left Texas, went to Ohio State, basically made $1 million on Ohio State's dime, and now he transfers back to Texas where he's battling to be the starting quarterback. Don't play the bite. Just show me the picture of Quinn Ewers, what he looks like. Is that 80s glam band hair? Is that
a little bit? I mean, that's
looks like a member of the Indigo Girls.
No, Rockstar, if you could pull me some Joe Elliott, the lead singer of Def Leppard, back when it was the middle of the 80s. Now, Elliott's hair is probably a little lighter, but that's almost the same dude.
Yeah, that's an interesting look for a quarterback, and not the way I thought Quinn Ewers looked, to be honest with you. I've seen him in a helmet, and I've seen his name a lot around NIL. But that resonates, big hair band from the 80s.
Yeah, I can see what Lance is talking about here. Man, your Lance is
the one next to it when he's got the Yukon Jack's flag on.
Yeah, Union Jack there?
Union Jack. Yeah.
Yukon Jack. I mean,
Yukon Jack would be a good restaurant.
They probably would pay for it.
Yep, I could see it. Lance's recall for random people and how they look is amazing. What Lance is exceptionally good at, we give him a lot of love for his ability to guess people's ages.
There it is.
But what Lance is exceptionally good at is looking at someone and saying, if these two people had a baby, that's what that person would look like. So here, I don't know who Quinn Ewers, who hooks up to have a baby to make him, but you just put him right with the Def Leppard guitarist.
Yeah. Here is Quinn Ewers on. We don't even care what he's talking about. Just play it.
So I grew up always,
Voice doesn't
watching
match.
the Longhorns play. Wanted to be in that burnt orange. And, there was a little obstacle in between, but, I ended up here, and, I'm very thankful for all the opportunities God has given me. Coach Sark once told me, that's why the rearview mirror is so small and the windshield is so big. You can kind of put the past behind you and just focus on what's ahead. And I'm super excited about what's ahead for sure.
So the obstacle was he could not make NIL money in Texas, I believe, right, as a high schooler, sort of like the rules here in Alabama. So he went and did that.
In Ohio.
Yeah, I was about to say, why did he need to after what he made in Ohio? I mean, my question, what would you do to earn that NIL money?
That's why the rearview mirror is small.
That's right, Lance. He's looking through the windshield right now, man. You know what that question is? That's a rearview mirror question.
That is a rearview mirror question.
That's right. I'm here for windshield questions.
That's why the rearview mirror is small and my wallet is big right now, thanks to the NIL money up there.
Speaking of windshield questions, don't forget the windshields are always clean down at Joe Simpson Chevy.
He said Bama fan 1972 says the golfer from the Masters last week had the same hair. That was actually more hair than the guy
Cam
from Australia.
Smith.
Well, Cam Smith had less up front. Quinn Ewers is not necessarily business up front, party in the back. His is just big all over.
Cam's is thin.
Yeah,
really thin.
And Cam's got a legit mullet.
Wiry. He was wiry hair. A lot of people are saying that is Dirty Dancing Patrick Swayze hair.
Oh, yeah, that is Patrick Swayze hair. Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Man, I'm fascinated by that Quinn Ewers guy, though. I hope he wins the job.
Can he play?
I don't know. That's what's so fascinating about it. I mean,
I assume he can play. Hudson Card was okay. I think Quinn Ewers is going to be your guy.
5-star quarterback in high school. So, I mean, he went to Ohio State, not just for money. I mean, he had some talent, and they thought he was going to.
They do a pretty good job evaluating talent there, by the way.
They do.
Ryan Day knows quarterbacks.
He does. I will say, though, traditionally, and who knows if this will hold true, but traditionally, guys making their first start, especially if it's early in their career against a Nick Saban defense struggle, Quinn Ewers would get one start before that, and it'll be against La Monroe. Right. I'm going to say the Alabama defense is going to seem a touch faster than La Monroe's.
Game will speed up a little bit.
You think so? You think he'll be feeling good about himself going in?
Superior thruster, Morgan Wallen. Can you pull Morgan Wallen up?
Yeah. He's got a little Morgan Wallen in the face, I think.
Yeah, that may be Morgan Wallen's little kid there is what it looks like. Quinn Ewers and Morgan Wallen. Morgan Wallen, you got to stay away from those Broadway girls. They'll get you in trouble. Morgan Wallen.
I see it more in the face.
Yeah.
Morgan Wallen's got more of a mullet, though. Again, Quinn Ewers is not business up front, party in the back. It's just straight hairband.
Yeah, it's just
party everywhere.
It is just 80s.
And Morgan Wallen's got a little business up top, party in the back.
Morgan Wallen looks like Eric Church and Marty Smith had a baby.
All his pictures, he's got a little bit of a Popeye wink.
He kind of does. He's got that smaller right
He's the
eye.
one that told Brown, you're not that old.
Bluto.
Pluto.
Oh, Bluto. Bluto.
I remember Popeye saying that, Jim. Bluto.
Just like it. Olive oil. Come here. Give me some spinach.
He did not away. You know what he does? He does the Michael Scott imitations, right, Stan? Olive oil. Come here. Give me some spinach.
Oh, yeah, Billy from Stranger Things.
Oh, Billy from Stranger Things. That's him. That's your quarterback at Texas this year.
I hope he wins the job. Yeah. I think he's fun to watch.
I hope Texas wins some football games.
I don't really care about
football
that.
Is better when Texas is good.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that.
All right, top of the hour here. Part of our show being brought to you by the folks at NASCAR. Barrett Jones is coming up. How do we get into the NASCAR conversation, getting tickets today, Brownie?
All right, go to, it's been retweeted. You guys have all got it. Y'all can retweet it if you wish. Picture from 2016. It is the three of us with Dale Earnhardt Jr. when he co-hosted our show for a little bit. And we're asking who has changed the most, whose look has changed the most. Dale Jr. is an acceptable answer. The best answer early was somebody said Rockstar looks totally different now. It's Dale Jr. You can see that, respond to it.
That was my fake laugh, by the way.
We'll draw from one of those responses. You'll have a chance to win tickets to the Talladega Super Speedway and the Garage Experience. If you haven't gotten that, it is the best way to watch the race. It is coming up Sunday, 2 o'clock Central, green flag for the Geico 500. Buy tickets, see more at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Riley says Morgan Wallen's music slaps. His last double album, tremendous. Not a bad song on there. A great cover of Jason Isbell's, I think it's Cover Me Up, right?
It's a great song. I haven't heard him do it, but that is a great song.
Yeah, it's a really good cover of that. We're back in a moment. Oh, as soon as I say that. Morgan Wallen did a terrible cover.
Music's all about taste. Yeah.
Back in a moment on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour, The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. I've now been on the program for about 6 weeks, and in that time, I've now lost over 40 pounds. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals in the right way, and they're there to answer any questions and hold me accountable along with the entire Next Round crew. It's been much easier than I thought it would be, and it can be for you too. Just visit aplanforme.com to learn more about their program and then join us in our journey to healthy living. That's aplanforme.com to get started on your weight loss journey with Way to Wellness.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Father, husband, son, all around great decorated football player and good guy, Barrett Jones, in just a second. Don't forget you can get some of our better interviews in the last couple of shows. Montana Fouts, just off a turkey hunt. Tom Luganbill, just off a spring football weekend. And Nick Saban going into A-Day right now at nextroundlive.com. This hour of the show brought to you always by our friends at Champy's, world famous fried chicken. It's officially lunch. Ring the bell, Rockstar. It is lunchtime. Right
Ding, 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 ding,
at
ding.
Champy's right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Lunch and dinner today all weekend long. Call ahead, go through that to-go line, or pick it up, or sit down and have a great meal. The Mississippi Delta tamales, chicken on a stick, and a lot more. Your home for blues, brews, and bird. It's champyschicken.com.
He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He is Barrett Jones. I feel like any setup I do for him is going to underwhelm after Dunaway did his.
Father, son, he's the husband, just a great, mama's boy. He's well decorated.
Mama's
this guy.
boy.
What was the name of the award?
Not the Don Jacobs. What was it, Barrett?
The Phil Parker.
The Tom Parker.
Right?
No, it's Colonel Tom Parker. Hang on, I'm looking it up. I'll look it up.
He's a very important award.
Jim Parker.
Jim Parker, I think is correct.
The
yes.
Jim Parker Award winner. Yes.
Yeah.
Barrett Jones.
I didn't know where Dunaway was going with this. I especially being around Easter, when he said Father, Son, I was like, and Holy Spirit, I was like, what angle is he heading towards here with this introduction?
Yeah, I thought the same. Yeah.
You were good. You were were not great, Barrett. Well, you were great. You were great at Alabama. I can't work away from the father to the son and the Easter reference. I didn't do that the first time around. I made a point not to do that. So what are you up to these days, Barrett?
Wow,
so uncomfortable.
You're the one that made it awkward with the Easter reference.
I'm currently rethinking everything now that my whole career was just good, not great. That's tough.
Yeah.
Tough to hear.
Yeah, it was. But boy, we'd use you on that offensive line right now in Tuscaloosa. We'd take you right now. We'd pull you off the shelf right now and dust you off and put you out there right now on that offensive line.
Yeah, well, what I'm up to, I got baby number 2 coming soon. So that's a big in the Jones household. Had a big weekend. I actually just officiated my first wedding this weekend. That was fun.
Whoa,
for your brother?
No, it was actually my sister-in-law asked me to do it. So, got that knocked out.
Do you use the old, do you use like the dearly beloved, we are gathered here today?
It's funny you say that, because that's the one thing, my family was all there. And that's the one thing that they laughed at the whole time. They thought, how else? But then I said, how else do you start a wedding? Guys, you got to start it with.
Listen up.
Unless you go with the Princess Bride approach and you say, marriage is what brings us together today. So I was dearly beloved.
Oh, that's interesting. I never would have guessed you had done that.
Good for you,
I
Barrett.
almost did one, Barrett. You won't believe this, but I almost had to officiate my brother's wedding.
Well, I believe that.
Yeah.
You're a man of great character, Brown.
Well, I think you got to be even more than that. Don't you have to have some sort of certification to do it?
Well, there's a lot of ways to do that. You can certainly just get it online. It's actually way easier than people would expect. I did not do that. I went through my church, and it's a long story, but there's a way that our church can not ordain someone, but it's called commissioning.
Yeah.
And which is they just allow you to do one wedding, not every wedding. And so the elders vote on you, and you get together and give a statement on marriage and all this different stuff. So it was good. It was a good experience, and I worked hard on it. And when I was a little nervous because it was a very permanent thing on tape, but worked out good. They got married. I sent in the marriage certificate. So yeah, we're good to go.
Wow, a lot of accolades, man. You're gonna get knighted next.
Yeah. I got to baptize a guy on Sunday too, so it was a lot happening.
Oh my gosh, Barrett! What a
So I'll go back to my original statement.
But anyway,
yeah.
But about the offensive line.
Yeah.
Hey, did you see anything positive? I know they gave up 10 sacks, but
I saw a positive pass rush. I think it's always an overreaction. Look, this is not the first spring game where one unit is way ahead of the other, and that it wasn't altogether surprising. To me, I would say you got to kind of boil it down and really project. Obviously everyone knows there's some guys out with injury. To me, the biggest question I have after watching it is who's going to be the left tackle. I think everywhere else will be fine. I actually thought J.C. Latham wasn't perfect, but I think he's going to be really good. He looks to me like a guy who will grow and develop into a really good player. At right tackle, I think they'll be fine in the middle. They've got enough guys there that have played a lot of football. Obviously Ekiwara will be back, and how will they use Darian Dalcourt? He'll be back, and they got this guy transferred in. So to me, you got to find a left tackle. Obviously, that's the most important position along the offensive line, especially if you want to be a team that throws the ball a bunch. So I think the other four, I would say calm down. But that did not look like the answer to left tackle to me. Now maybe there's some big improvement in these next few months, but that to me would be the one position that would leave me a little bit concerned. Everything else, I would give you the calm down.
So you don't think Steen coming in from Vandy would be a left tackle? He'd be more in the guard.
Maybe
center?
that's something I don't know. I don't know that just because I haven't seen him play, honestly. So I'm not saying he can't be that answer. He could be. I'm just saying that I think that's the one answer you got to find if you want to be a lead offense. Is you got to find somebody there, because that can ruin a day and even a season. I've seen if you have a bad left tackle, get the quarterback hurt. So anyway, I'm sure. Look, I'm not telling these guys anything they don't know. This is not they know they need a left tackle, and I'm sure they'll do everything to kind of figure out who that guy will be there.
Guy who played center, guard, and tackle at Alabama, Barrett Jones, with us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. When you've got a running back like Jahmyr Gibbs, I think the phrasing Nick Saban used was he presses the hole well. He presses the hole. What does that mean? And the way he runs, how does that help you as an offensive lineman?
Yeah, I think, first of all, I think Jahmyr Gibbs is a guy who we have not seen at Alabama for a while. I was trying to think the last time they had a guy with that kind of, breakaway speed. Obviously Derrick Henry's a guy who his top end speed is really good, but his 0 to 60, maybe Kenyon Drake, he was pretty fast, but I was trying to think of a guy who we had who was that explosive through the hole. And he did look like a guy who had really good feel. It feels like he's a freshman, because obviously for Alabama fans, they've never seen him before, but then obviously he's not a freshman. He's a guy who's played a ton of college football, and I thought that really showed. What does pressing the hole mean? And so what that means is it's a very subtle but very important thing for offensive linemen on how they set their blocks up. So there might be a situation where, at the very beginning of the play, you kind of see a big gap, but then if the running back just runs straight at that gap, then that gap will close quickly. And so, the most typical way you see a hole being pressed is on a zone blocking scheme where the entire offensive line is moving one direction. There's no pullers, and all the linebackers are kind of flowing that direction. You want the running back to really get up into the back of that offensive line as tight as he possibly can, so those linebackers will flow over top before he kind of makes that cutback move. And so that's what he's talking about there, pressing that hole. If you cut too early, the linebackers will be able to see it. They'll be able to reverse course and not allow the offensive lineman to block them. So I thought he looked really good, and certainly is a big bright spot. Also interested to see how his pass catching abilities are going to impact this offense. I still think even amongst the offensive line certainly was not good. That's obvious. But to me, the biggest question mark, especially compared to other seasons for Alabama, are those skill players. There's a ton of good ones. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying there's no good players there. It's just a lot more unproven than we've typically seen. There's not really any proven commodities at any of the skill positions. You could say Jahmyr Gibbs, he's proven maybe at a different school, but at least not in an Alabama uniform. Now, some of those receivers look really good. Will they be good? Probably. They were all really, highly recruited guys. But to me, that's still a huge question mark. And I know, there's still just kind of a big grouping of guys right now that you think could potentially be good. Jermaine Burton, another one of those guys who transferred in, he had some good moments, but if you want an elite offense, you got to have some dynamic playmakers downfield. And that's something that for the last 5, 6, 7 years, we've known there were known commodities at wide receiver specifically coming into the year that, hey, this is going to be a guy who's going to be a playmaker and a problem. And I'm not sure that we're certain yet who those guys will be. So that's something that can only come with time, will be developed. And look, obviously Bryce Young is awesome. So he's going to make somebody a star. To me, the question is, who's it going to be?
Barrett Jones making us smarter on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. All right, so I want to flip sides because this defensive front for Alabama is going to be outstanding. From an offensive line, perspective, going against that defensive front, how do they block these guys? I mean, you got pass rushers coming from everywhere, Barrett. How do they block these guys?
Yeah, I thought that Dallas Turner getting some playing time last year, even though at the beginning, he was young and unproven, and it ended up being a really good thing for Alabama for the future, because to me, he's a guy who looks so much more confident. And really at the end of the year in that playoff game, I thought he played really well in that semifinal. You can see that confidence is really, proven through, and he certainly kind of seems to be the next man up, and, maybe even ready to just take a big step and, be the best pass rushing tandem in college football. I think Will Anderson's obvious. Hey, turns out he did not lose all of his skills in the offseason. He's still awesome. He's going to be an unbelievable player, a guy that everyone's going to have to deal with. And, for Dallas Turner, that gives him a massive opportunity, because the reality is, even if you are going to chip or have a tight end, you can really only do that on one side at most, and so somebody's going to have a man-to-man matchup. Somebody's going to have to get slid away from all game. And so who's that guy going to be? I guess it will probably be Dallas Turner. You'd rather, I guess, take your chances with him than Will Anderson. And he's got an opportunity for a huge season. And then even inside, I thought Jamil Burroughs looked really good, a guy who we didn't really hear anything from last year. To me, he looks like a guy who had grown a lot. And there's a lot of guys inside that have the potential to be breakout players. So this is going to be an unbelievable group pass rush-wise if they play up their potential. It makes life so much easier on the back end. I thought the back end looked pretty good too. A lot of those guys, it looked like they had taken some big steps forward. Kyrie Jackson, a guy who got to play a lot at the end of last year. He looked like he played a little better. Kool-Aid McKinstry. So I think the defense, there's a lot to be excited about. And this has a chance to be a very dynamic group, not just up front, but all around, with a lot of experienced players, some experienced safeties. I think Jordan Battle, again, he looked really sharp, and a guy who I think will take another big step forward. So, yeah, I don't see a ton of holes in this defense, but this is a defense that in my mind underperformed a little bit last year at times. And so the question is, can they consistently from the jump come out and play really good football? And I think they're going to have to, especially early on while the offense is kind of finding its footing.
Hey, this is a moot point, Barrett, because we've seen Bryce Young. We know how good he is. He won a Heisman Trophy. But just the way he performed on Saturday and the way Jalen Milroe played on Saturday, if this was his first year, do you think people would be like, who's the better quarterback?
Yeah, Bryce's job is definitely in jeopardy. No, I'm kidding.
But you know what I'm saying? Sight unseen. If neither one of these guys have played.
I definitely know what you're saying. And I think it's a huge positive that Milroe did look good. Look, I don't want to detract at all, but let's just always remember, there's always in the spring game some guys who are playing against the twos on defense who are like, hey, this guy looks like, Christian Leary is a guy who had some great numbers and, put up some, but played mostly with the twos. And again, I'm not detracting from what he did. He played well, but it's a whole different ballgame when you're playing against the first team defense. I saw some things that said that, Coach Saban needs to put a package in for Jalen Milroe. Look, let me just tell you, you never under any circumstance take the Heisman Trophy winner off the field. You just don't do it. So
coaching 101, right?
Yeah, I mean, Sean Payton used to do it all the time with Drew Brees, and it used to blow me away.
You're right.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's going to be Nick Saban's deal. I think that Bryce Young will play all the snaps that he's healthy and the game's not out of hand. That's my guess. But I think it's a huge positive. Milroe certainly looked like he gotten better. And I thought even Simpson, the young freshman, came in and made some good throws. So, yeah, I absolutely I think you're right on, LT. And, last year that was definitely a little bit of a concern where there wasn't a whole lot of depth, behind Bryce Young. Now, thankfully, he was healthy all year. But that's I feel like people don't understand how much of an emphasis that is for coaches, that they really want to feel secure in that second and third quarterback positions. Like they got some options back there. And I think Alabama does this year have some options of guys who can come in and play well.
You know the importance of continuity in the offensive play calling room. You've seen it carry over from year to year, and you've seen it break up and have a new play caller from year to year. Having Bill O'Brien back with Bryce Young and just around Nick Saban again for Bill O'Brien, the continuity of having the play caller back for a second year, what does that do for Alabama?
Yeah, it's enormous. To have like you're saying, the quarterback and the offensive coordinator back, the two guys that are most important in that scenario. I think it'll be really big for Bryce Young. He's a guy everybody talked to loves Bryce Young. They love how he's a student of the game. Bill O'Brien, I've talked to him about Bryce lots of times, and he just raves about this guy's work ethic and his way he studies the film. And so I think those two guys will take a big step forward. And I thought Bill O'Brien really got better in a lot of ways as the year went on last year. I know he got some criticism, but again, we got to remember it was his first year in that position, too, and first year in a while in college. So I think the offensive play calling will be strong this year. And obviously Bryce Young will feel comfortable. What I expect to see is probably even more being put on Bryce Young at the line of scrimmage, more ability to audible, check out of plays, those kind of things to get him in the best play possible. So that'll be big. There's also some guys at center coming back that have played and have a lot of playing time. So through that middle there with your offensive coordinator, your center, and your quarterback, I expect they'll be able to do a lot at the line of scrimmage.
All right, go follow Barrett on Twitter at Barrett A. Jones, and you'll hear him on ESPN Radio throughout the college football season. He is always kind with his time with us. Barrett, thank you, man. Have a great week.
You actually might not. Well, we can talk about that on a different show.
Hey,
but we'll see.
My bad.
Maybe number 2 coming. So
my bad on that. Probably should have cleared that with the Barrett before I said
put the
it.
cart before the horse
Yes.
here. I mean, what kind of journalistic integrity is that? Not vetting these kind of things out before you just throw them
What
out
would
there?
you
Very
say
little.
that he'd be with us again?
No. He'll be on ESPN Radio in the football season. Barrett will come on.
I'm just messing with you, Brownie. That's it. Anyway. Hey, thanks for having me on, guys. I appreciate it. And even if I'm not on ESPN Radio, big shot. Maybe you guys will still have me on from time to time.
Of course, you're welcome anytime.
Great intro, even better outro.
Which one was more awkward, the intro or the outro?
Hey, this is y'all's spring game too. Okay, we got some time.
No,
you don't want to peak
listen.
too soon.
Listen,
okay,
we do this every day. If you go back and watch the tape, I think you made it awkward to start with, Barrett. At the end, it is 100% on Brown. This is all on Brown.
I like that.
Yeah.
That's the key. I've heard. That's the key. You always blame the guest. It's always the guest's fault. So that's good. I appreciate that.
Honest to goodness, I thought you guys had been pregnant so long. I thought you'd already had number 2. So I thought you were going to share with us that number 3 was on the way here soon. So not the case.
You thought this was some kind of elephant gestational period, like a year or something?
Yeah.
We've only been pregnant 7 months.
Yes.
I mean, how long was your wife pregnant?
you know my IQ, so I don't understand half the words you just said.
I'm just saying. We're hoping for a typical kind of 9-month deal. That's what the doctor told us to expect.
Just saying, the passage of time seems like it's been a while.
If you know something different, then please let me know.
All right, Barrett. Be good, man. We'll see you.
I just had to get Brown off the hook. I'm being awkward.
You did very well. Thank you, Barrett.
Well done. All
right. Bye.
I'll tell my wife to hurry this thing up. See you guys later.
All right, Barrett with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Oh,
there we go. Solid. Good dismount.
I think Barrett was being difficult with us today. I think he was.
He likes to push back.
He was pushing us around a little bit.
Barrett likes to have fun.
Hey, part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Sympio. If you're looking for somebody to help you with your startup, or if you're not happy with your benefits, your HR, or whatever, and you're running a company. It doesn't have to be a startup. They can help you.
Yeah, hey, one of the first calls we made was to our friends at Sympio, Blake Patterson and those guys. They'll take care of the BS in every single office. When a business joins Sympio, they take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, benefits. When your company joins Sympio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Sympio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Sympio any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, Sympio has a 99% retention rate. Call them today for more information. 205-635-7467 or go online for more information, Sympio.com.
All right, so Giants and Mets on Major League Baseball this afternoon at 2:10, but tonight it's more of the Braves and Dodgers, 9:10, and back on TBS, so you can watch that. And baseball locally going on, UAB and Alabama over in Tuscaloosa at 6, Alabama State and Auburn down at Plainsman at 6, Jack State and Samford down on the Samford campus in Homewood at 6. Alabama softball today, doubleheader, 3:45 with North Alabama, then Alcorn State after that. And Auburn softball hosting Jack State softball today at 6 o'clock. So you can get outside and enjoy all that. Or the Legion FC soccer tonight, round 3 of the 107th playing of the USL Cup. Round 3 of that's on the Birmingham Southern campus tonight at 7 o'clock, and you can get tickets at bhmlegion.com. We've got trash coming up. Brownie will tell us about the folks with the Region's tradition.
I want y'all to listen to this spot because there's something I haven't ever heard in this spot. The biggest lawn party is returning to Greystone for the Region's Tradition, May 11 through 15. Join us for the Wednesday Pro-Am. We'll be there with celebrities like Charles Barkley, Nick Saban, Brian Harsin, Kirby Smart, Riley Green, Dale Murphy, and more. And don't miss the White Claw Watering Hole.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Featuring the Redmont Vodka Lounge, the White Claw Wave Bar, live music, and much more. 30 years of tradition, $20 million to charity at the Region's Tradition.
We'll be there. You know what we don't have to do?
What?
We don't have to go out and look for our site location now.
The White Claw Bar?
Yep, that's where we'll be.
No laws in the White Claws.
Something like that. Back in a moment on the next round.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened their new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, and they'll be opening new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville in the next few weeks. My friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience. ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
We are back. The Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by Amherst, returns to Barber Motorsports Park April 29th through May 1st. The fastest drivers in the world, including 4-time Indy 500 champion Elio Castroneves and 7-time Cup champion Jimmy Johnson, will battle it out at Barber. And Tim Tebow will kick it all off as our Grand Marshal. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at IndyAlabama.com.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call DryTech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with DryTech. 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Trash in a second. This hour of the show brought to you by Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Sterling and his crew serving you the best lunch in town right now down on Highway 119 in Alabaster. If you're ever in the area, get off that Alabaster exit. Throw Champy's, CHAMPY''S, Champy's world-famous fried chicken into that GPS and go enjoy the Mississippi Delta recipe, tamales right there, chicken on a stick, the po' boys, and a lot more on the menu, including the great Southern fried chicken, some of the biggest chicken fingers you'll ever see, about the size of Rockstar's arm. It's champy'schicken.com, champy'schicken.com. A couple of NFL notes in just a second after Brownie tells us about our friends at Wayne's. Before that, though, I give you a countdown all the time for week 0 of college football. But we're only 119 days away from our 1-year anniversary of doing this format.
Only 119 days, huh?
Yeah, I was thinking about that today.
Yeah.
Does it seem closer than that we've been doing this longer than that, or not? It's still so very new. We're 119 days away from our 1-year anniversary.
It seems about halfway, which I know that's not halfway, but
I don't know. I've not really thought about it.
Seems like we've been doing it about a half year.
Seems like we've been doing it a long time sometimes, and sometimes it seems very new.
You know what's weird is I'll see in the break when Forrester rolls footage of the trip to New Mexico, which was last July.
Yeah, but that was pre-show.
It was pre-show, but I'm just saying that seems like an eternity ago.
But that anniversary is probably only like 85 days away.
My point is, it seems like an eternity.
But there are, and I just saw when I was out in the lobby, I saw us doing the Hot Wings Challenge, or the Hot Ones Challenge, and that one seems like a long time ago as well, and that was only a couple of months ago.
Yeah. But in some ways, time goes really fast, and sometimes it seems to take long. Much like I was pointing out to Barrett's second pregnancy.
Time is a flat circle for you, Jeff.
It really is.
Smuff says Rockstar's arm is the white meat.
No, it is.
Amen. It's a good meat.
It really is.
The whitest of the meats.
Show us that arm, Rockstar. I mean, that's more sun than he usually has because he's been doing yard work.
That's chicken meat in the deli.
Part of our show brought to you by our friends at Wayne's.
Hey, listen, it is time to get that Barefoot Good summer lawn. You got to start now by calling 866-WAYNES-1. Don't just expect it to be green when you do nothing to it. Let Wayne's treat it like they do ours. They're the exclusive provider for pest control and lawn service for the next round. You could get on board just like we are. 1-year Environ Agreement. You're going to get the first month free with our code TNR for the next round. That helps us and it helps you save. TNR. When you call 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES and the number 1. Let Wayne's create your happy place with that Barefoot Good summer lawn. 866-WAYNES-1.
Really neat story. A woman that sort of inspired thousands, if not millions, of women to want to be a sportscaster. Melissa Stark is returning to Sunday Night Football. It's the modern-day version of Monday Night Football, the biggest NFL game of the week. Melissa Stark, who started on Monday Night Football, has been with the NFL Network for years, will join Mike Tirico and the crew on Sunday Night Football starting this year.
It was maybe my all-time favorite.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
She was really good. She was in her 20s. As she points out, she was single in her 20s with no kids. Now she's been married a long time, 3 teenagers. That allows her now to hit the road again and travel and do sidelines again. So NBC knocking it out of the park with this crew. So it'll be Tirico, Collinsworth, and Melissa Stark on Sunday Night Football. Welcome back, Melissa. Aaron Andrews and others are championing what she meant to them in the business today. So it'll be good to see Melissa back on the sidelines coming up this football season. It's good to see LT back with Trash today. Rockstar, hit the big button.
I'm here with the winner, Derek Lewis. Derek, why'd you take your pants off? My balls was hot. I understand.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the
that's a
right
check.
way.
I understand. Gotcha.
Hey, when it comes to home equity, bigger, always better. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a program that will help you gain more home equity while paying less out of your pocket. With Mortgage Right's Wealth Builder program, you can build equity faster than you would with most other mortgage programs, and you don't even need a down payment. Apply your cash towards a lower interest rate or shorter loan term instead. Save bigger and better than you can with most other mortgage options. Go big, go home. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first. Michigan kindergartner brought a bottle of ready-to-drink Jose Cuervo margaritas to school and reportedly passed them out to multiple students.
That'll spice up PE.
Yeah.
Kindergarten. Again.
Kindergartner.
Now, the incident happened at the Grand River Academy where kindergartners were allegedly handed the drink by another student. One of the parents of the kindergartners, Alexis Smith, said that her daughter had a Dixie cup full of the margarita drink and took around 4 to 5 sips of the drink, according to Fox 2 Detroit. Another mother, Dominique Zanders, said that her daughter felt, quote, woozy. Zanders went on to tell the news station she felt woozy, a little dizzy. She added that her daughter was only told what was inside of the drink after she drank it, and that her daughter gave her a, quote, funny face when she told the teacher. She went on to say the girl poured it in a cup. She drank it. The girl ended up telling her what it was, and she told the teacher that there is liquor in this cup. Teacher gave her a funny face.
Well, I mean, who would have assumed?
Yeah, there's not liquor in that cup. Oh, there's liquor in that cup.
Now,
They talking about ratings for Fox in the USFL. and stuff
Oh,
like
I
that.
know.
School said they called poison control after the kindergartners drank it, and the parents were called immediately. The student will be disciplined if necessary, according to the report.
You know, when I heard this story, I envisioned the principal just walking in the hall and hearing noise and opening the door, and it's Jose Cuervo.
Swinging from the ceiling.
Yeah, I mean,
The headline, if her name was Maya, Cinco de Maya, yo.
Oh, my. Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah.
So wait, no mas.
Cinco de Mayo.
Hey, what happens when you mix an Easter egg hunt with a haunted house?
You have fun. Next question.
You get Fear the Bunny, an adult horror-themed event happening.
Fear the Bunny.
Now, the Pierre Cove Cargo Company is hosting the event on Saturday, April 23rd. Participants will buy their tickets ahead of time and won't know where to go until the day of the event.
Is there a Glenn Close cooking dinner exhibit inside the house?
Might be some pot pie.
So Hassan Pepper.
Now, the ticket will only allow them to the GPS coordinates that will then lead them through a one-of-a-kind Easter egg hunt. Now, Scott Hagman, who's the owner of the Pierre Cove Cargo Company, said, let's do an Easter egg hunt at night, but add a little bit of fear to it with zombies and whatever else might be lingering in the forest. You get this little flashlight that shines only maybe 4, 5, 6 feet in front of you. There's some spooky things out there. They'll be waiting, and I think the walk down the bunny trail will be the most terrifying thing. Now, tickets are $25. It includes a T-shirt, canvas Easter bag, flashlight, and a chance to find eggs, candies, and gifts. By the way, you must be 21 plus to participate.
Could be fun. Got to keep a lot of people have those haunted houses that are up and running, warehouses, ready to go year round.
Right.
Find other dates for those, And this is one of them.
Haunted bunny, like a evil bunny. That's just a weird combo.
The haunted houses, you did the one that they make you do the mental evaluations before you go through.
Oh, no, thank you. Yeah, you have to sign a waiver. You could die. You just sign your life. And this is because we are going, and you allow us to touch you. Most haunted houses you can't touch. We're going to touch you.
Now, here's the story, Dunaway. You brought it up earlier. Those who have mourned the loss of Taco Bell's Mexican pizza for the past 2 years can get ready for a fiesta. The cult favorite item, which was removed from the menu in 2020, is officially making a comeback. In a press release shared with Today Food,
how good does that look?
Mexican-inspired fast food chain revealed it's bringing the cheesy creation back to menus starting May 19th. Brown, I don't know if you know this about my Mexican pizza ordering. You're going to hate it.
I know. You go no meat.
I go no meat, add beans.
Add beans?
Yep.
That looks amazing. It also looks nothing like the Mexican pizza that you buy at Taco Bell.
Really?
But it does look amazing. And I love Mexican pizza.
That makes it look really small, like they're bite sizes.
But again, I think I brought this up before. They used to have olives on it.
Yep.
And used to be able to get sour cream on it.
That is right. Yes and yes.
Is that not sour cream, the white stuff?
Nope, that's cheese.
I thought that could be sour cream.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I thought they melted the yellow and white cheese on it.
I think it's two cheeses.
No, I will. What day did you say? May 19th?
Yep.
I'm going to set an alarm in my phone.
You two need to go together because, oh my God.
I know.
That's the best thing on the menu.
Yeah, see, it says here the dish, ground beef and refried beans sandwiched between two crispy tortillas, topped with melted cheese and tomatoes. No sour cream.
I am going to set my...
Now, Taco Bell said in a statement, while rumors of the Mexican pizza return have been swirling for months, hasn't been publicly confirmed until now. Now, they did reveal the franchise has tapped Doja Cat, the voice of the Taco Bell people, to break the news to her fans on TikTok and Twitter.
All right. I've set the alarm. Now, somewhere my wife is out doing something and just got an alert on her phone that I've put it in the family calendar that Mexican pizza returns.
Thank you. No, I don't have to do it.
So here are some odd headlines from across the pond. First one, zoo separates 5 parrots after the birds were caught encouraging each other to swear at guests.
You say it this time.
Do it, Cliff. Come on. No, I don't want to. It's a little boy. Do it, Cliff. Damn.
Here's another one.
That was a legal pad.
Women's holiday in Spain was ruined by too many Spaniards in Spanish hotels.
It's so annoying. Now all they're doing is over there speaking their Spanish.
Here's another one. Everyone makes mistakes, says teen who karate kicked 74-year-old man into a river.
We've all been there, man.
My bad.
Another one. Dwarf handed crayons and coloring books as couple sat down for romantic dinner.
Oh, the awkward.
That is horrible.
Right there.
They went for the headlines.
It's terrible.
Hey, little fella.
Oh, it's awful.
And the final one. Parents baffled by London's dullest playground. Just one yellow piece of metal.
What? It looks awesome. What do you even do on that?
And you know, the laziest physical ed teacher ever said, all right, free play today, kids.
Just go over and play on the...
Yeah, that doesn't look comfortable. The S.
I don't even know what you do with it.
Backwards S. Just go sit on it.
It's a cash symbol, kind of.
It kind of is, yeah.
How about this? One woman has left people in hysterics after her plain spoken rules for her funeral after sharing them on TikTok. Now, in a video that's been viewed more than 4 million times, the woman outlined the 9 rules she has for anyone that attends her funeral. Some are slightly more bizarre than others.
Did she pass?
So she just decided if I do pass, these are the rules for my funeral.
So this is the lady right here?
She's not speaking from the grave here. Okay.
No.
Rule number 1, you must show a picture of us in order to enter. It can be an old picture, a recent picture, but don't come to my funeral, act like you knew me for real. I don't deal with fakes in my life or death.
I mean, I think it kind of goes without saying, if I'm at your funeral, I cared about you. I don't think people just go to a funeral to go to a funeral, do they?
Yeah, I mean, you have to rise pretty high on my list to...
It's not like what I call a fun event.
Here's number 4. I guess we're jumping around here. Bring gum for viewing my body. I know I can't smell no more, but that grieving breath, you going to respect me in death.
Wow. Man, did you hear Carl? He got that grieving breath.
you go respect me in death.
He is barking.
It is a grieving breath. I mean,
it's bad.
You cry a little bit, you get that breath.
Number 5, all speeches under 5 minutes and cap will be called out. Don't get on the microphone and try to preach a whole 30-minute ceremony. And if you do get on there and lie and say we have all these memories together, I will have somebody there call you out.
That's a very long rule.
Yep.
Number 6,
not a commandment, is it?
Number 6, no black attire is allowed.
Okay.
This is not a doomsday death dungeon. Lighten the mood, wear some color.
Okay. I like that idea.
She chose not to do that in the video.
That is correct, yep.
Number 8, an alcohol bar is required. 2 drinks minimum. Get loose. If you're looking for less than 2 drinks, you might as well go home.
Put the fun in funeral.
You can't spell funeral without fun.
There you go.
Yeah, they're all in there. Yeah.
And finally, rule number 9, crying is loud for 20 minutes. Then you will be asked to step out and get it together. I don't need all that sadness in the atmosphere. I know you love me. I probably love you too, but I'm gone. I'm with you in spirit now.
I probably love you too.
If you have photographic proof that we were friends.
If you made it through the cut, we love each other. And that is trash?
Yeah, that's it. Everyone wants to be someone's first choice. Mortgage Right can help you be number 1 in the eyes of home sellers across the nation, getting you pre-approved faster than other home buyers. Getting pre-approved in today's competitive market, it's a game changer in Mortgage Right, the perfect lender to help you land your dream home. With their upfront underwriting program, you can understand your budget, minimize home buying setbacks, and shop with certainty when you have an underwriter's stamp of approval backing you. Be better than the competition. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
And this hour being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. When we come back, Brian Kelly getting ready for a little LSU wrap up to spring. You'll hear from the coach of Go Tigers. Spell it differently. It's next on TNR.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Back with you on the next round part of the show today, being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. One of the big injuries still out there is Luka with the Mavericks not playing, even though they got a win last night. That series is tied 1-1. He is doubtful to return for this series and maybe for the playoffs. That's one injury to keep an eye on in our Precision Sports Update.
Hey, from pediatrics to geriatrics, injuries starting to pile up on the field and in the yard. Affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them, precisionsportsortho.com.
Several coaches are talking about NIL. We'll hear from Brian Kelly in just a second. But first, this weekend, spring game is going on, and Luganville with us earlier this week. He'll be doing the spring game down in Baton Rouge. Brian Kelly winding down his first spring as the head coach of the LSU Bengal Tigers. Doesn't like the spring format they'll have this weekend. Here is Brian Kelly, cut number 5, Rockstar. Is that it? Yep, here we go.
It will be offense versus defense, and as much as I do not like that version of it for many reasons, it's the best way to create a competitive situation for our team. We would have to, we'd have to put ourselves in some compromising situations. So that's the way it's going to be. So offense, defense. You've got points scored on the defense for stops and turnovers, and it'll be like 92 to, whatever. But that's just the way it is. But it'll give us a great evaluation. One of the things that we've been really working on is, going from a practice mindset to a performance mindset, and I need to do this. And so that's why the push. So if you're wondering, well, why does he need to do this? I need that kind of performance mindset in the stadium and getting that feel.
Yeah, so no traditional purple or gold game.
Yeah, I didn't understand that at first, so I guess they don't have enough guys to do 2 teams.
That's right. Yeah,
I mean, the roster doesn't allow that, so they're just going to do a bunch of offensive players, a bunch of defensive players, and we'll figure the scoring out.
Man, that is hard to believe you couldn't have 50-plus players.
I mean, that's nuts, isn't it, to think that their roster is that depleted?
Because, boy, you're overcomplicating things on those scoring systems.
Yeah, meanwhile, like in Tuscaloosa, you're 1s versus 1s and 2s versus 2s.
That's right, yeah.
Offense number 1 versus defense number 1, and some places do it that way. Some people like their 1s to look good, so it's all 1s versus all 2s.
Mike Price.
And you get blowouts. In this situation, his first year there, trying to get the roster corrected, they're going to go 1 versus offense versus defense and have a weird scoring. But Luganville will be at that game, and you can watch it this weekend on SEC Network Plus. Now, Brian Kelly here is going to talk about name, image, and likeness and the direction of college football. He is one of a handful of coaches who are commenting more and more this spring about name, image, and likeness, and he's not the only one in the SEC. Here's Brian Kelly.
You have any thoughts or any concerns about the direction college football is heading?
Yeah, I live in the moment, and so name, image, and likeness is with us. And so I've spent most of my time, focusing on putting together the most comprehensive and what I would consider attractive name, image, and likeness program for our student athletes here that can compete with anybody in the country instead of worrying about what's wrong with it and what we can do to fix it. And look, I think the transfer portal is going to take care of itself. I think naturally, people are starting to get a sense that maybe there needs to be some dead periods, with the transfer portal, that it need not be open 365 days out of the year. If you're not doing a really good job of bringing the right people in your program, the transfer portal can be deadly to your program. But, we had some strict parameters in terms of who we were bringing in, and I feel very comfortable with it.
Yeah, so Brian Kelly taking the here and now. It comes on a day after that Notre Dame officially enters NIL recruiting battles by unveiling their own collective. The same thing that Alabama has done and everyone else, Notre Dame is doing it as well. It is called the Fund Foundation, F-U-N-D, the Fund Foundation, which stands for Friends of the University of Notre Dame. Take out the of the and of again, and you get fund.
Wow.
Friends of the University of Notre Dame.
You got friends.
Is fund. It's a 501c3 nonprofit organization headed by former Notre Dame quarterback Brady Quinn.
How about that?
Who's going to be the guy in charge of that?
Isn't he on Fox?
So
he is.
Yeah. He'll do both.
All right.
So there you go. Brady Quinn is Notre Dame is in the mix now. Are you surprised?
No.
Did you think Notre Dame would
Because
get a
they want to
collective?
recruit. No, I mean, I'm not surprised at all. If you don't have one of these, Lance, it's like, I don't know, if you buy a big house in the neighborhood, I don't even know the
analogy you're looking for.
Yeah, the analogy I'm looking for.
Well, I liked where you started off, though.
You buy a big house, you're in a nice neighborhood, and 90% of the houses in your neighborhood are doing one thing. You're like, well, honey, we got to do this. I mean, everybody else in the neighborhood's doing it, right?
That's right.
I mean,
a lot of neighborhoods have mandated on what your mailbox is.
This is probably not a good analogy either. It's almost like having insurance for your car, driver's insurance.
Yeah.
You got to have it.
Yeah, you got to have it. Lance is absolutely right. And if you get pulled over without it, you're going to pay a penalty. And if you try to go recruit without this, you're going to pay a penalty. There's your analogy. You can't keep up anymore. I mean, if a school doesn't have this, they've got their head in the sand. They're living in the past. I mean,
I still think it's complicated.
It is. And that's why you've heard him saying that the portal will take care of itself and the NIL, I'm living in the here and now. Nick Saban has called it unsustainable. Lincoln Riley says there will be a market correction. Stuart Mandell's writing today. Lane Kiffin says schools are always going to find the money they need. They'll find it to get the players they need.
Lane is correct, yes.
Yeah, so Lane is, has been rattling the cage to get Ole Miss moving down this direction. Alabama has its high tide program. Has Auburn announced what their collective is going to be?
I don't know what the name of it is, but they got one.
So everybody's getting
all
into
got
this.
one.
Even Notre Dame's getting into it now.
They ought to just call theirs the kitty.
The kitty? That's not bad. That's not
misunderstood.
Well, you just put some money in the kitty.
Yeah, you go to the kitty.
We got to hit the kitty.
Pull some out.
Put
grab
some
a little
money in the
bit.
kitty.
We got a
over there.
5-star in Texas.
That's right. Well, we're going to have to go to the kitty for that one. All right.
Yeah, so it's a weird thing to say, and now they're putting name brand players to run these things. Brady Quinn right there is running it for Notre Dame. A big change in college athletics. So do you think? Do you think all of these things that the market will correct itself?
It will. I mean, people are only going to spend money they think is a good investment. I mean, the people that have the kind of money to fund these things don't get that kind of money by just throwing it around at bad investments.
But
right?
I still think they're somewhat, it's an unknown for them, because I did talk to somebody this past week that is invested in one of these now. And they just laughed about it.
But I tell you what's going to happen is if I'm a big money guy and I want the coach going and you come to me like, it's time for your $6 million for the kitty, I'm going to be like, no, we're not doing it this year.
Yeah. So why are you not doing it this year, Mr. Brown?
Because I don't like our coach. And I don't think he's spending this money right, so I'm not giving it anymore. Now, you can fire him, and I'll give some more, or you can keep him and do it without my $6 million.
Can you give us the $6 million to fire him because we're going to need to buy him out, too?
Nah, that's what I'll do.
Okay.
I'll put it in the kitty. I'm putting it in the
Thank you. Now, Montana Fouts needs money for the new softball facility, too. Can you donate
tell her to
that?
go do a new interview with the next round, see if they'll help her.
You can see our entire interview with Montana Fouts from yesterday and everyone else right there, nextroundlive.com.
Greg Byrne got a kick out of that, too.
He did. Greg realized how Brown pointing out that it was a tough job he has, and Montana's realized that too. Our friends at Bud Light had a tough job to come up with the next thing when it comes to beer, and they've done that, the biggest innovation in beer ever. With only 80 calories and 0 carbs, it has a light body and a crisp taste. Are you ready for what's next in beer? It's Bud Light Next. Looks a lot like this can right here. Bud Light Next. Brewed for what's next. Zero carbs, 80 calories wherever you buy beer. 1 hour to go. It includes Brown, giving one person a chance to qualify for NASCAR tickets. Racing at Talladega this week. LT has got 4 downs for us today. And also, Sam Pittman talking about a big payday. That and more still to come in the final hour of the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The racing, the big one, the camping. It's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com. Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Bromberg's invites you to an exclusive 2-day buying event. Meet an expert buyer to sell your jewelry, diamonds, watches, and collectibles. Receive immediate payment or opt to receive 120% of your offer in Bromberg store credit to use towards anything in the store now or in the future. It is Bromberg's exclusive 2-day buying event. Thursday, April 21st at the Summit. Friday, April 22nd in Mountain Brook. Appointments recommended. Do not miss this opportunity at Bromberg's. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show today, but still a lot to do. 130 days away from week 0 of the college football. Hey, be paying attention to Ed Next Round Live. If you have not followed us yet there, Ed Next Round Live, go do that on Twitter, because at some point very soon I'll start getting together our panel of 60-plus people to put together our preseason 40 and 40 countdown, our top 40 rankings. So be looking there. I'll send that out soon. If you're not following us at Next Round Live, you won't get to see it. So go follow us there at Next Round Live. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Lunsford, and Forrester all with you today. And we'll open up the phone lines here, the final hour of the show, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. Gets you on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. Clay Travis and Barrett Jones earlier on the show. Tom Luganbill and Montana Fouts on the show yesterday. Wimp is back with us tomorrow. Let's do the headlines, though, this hour. Talk a little football and what else is going on in the sports world. Brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap.
Hey, cap it, don't snap it, 823-2212. You don't want to ever do the dirty, dangerous job of cleaning the leaves out of the gutter again. You get on that roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Gutter Cap is a patent aluminum cover system. Fits over most existing gutter. It will keep the debris out, eliminate the gutter cleaning forever. Back with a lifetime warranty. And right now, 45% off the retail price for the next round viewer and listener. Call today, 205-823-2212 or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Andy Kennedy has killed it with UAB basketball in the portal this year. He adds Javion Davis from Mississippi State, one-time Alabama player as well, 6'9" forward. Joins LSU Eric Gaines, Butter Johnson from up in Grissom, the Brewer brothers, Ladarius and Ty Brewer, 5 impact players for UAB basketball coming in the portal this year. Scottie Pippen Jr. made an impact at Vandy in the SEC, announces he is on his way to the NBA draft coming up soon. We wrapped up week 1 of the United States Football League last night in Birmingham. Tampa Bay beating Pittsburgh 17-3. Jordan Tiamu and former Alabama running back B.J. Emmons looked really good in that game. After watching 1 week of play, Tampa Bay looked the part of a contender, didn't they, last night? Defense looked good. Offense not bad.
They did. I mean, I don't know what a contender looks like right now in USFL after 1 week.
I've seen everybody play one game.
If you're wondering, week 2 kicks off on Friday night. Michigan and New Jersey will play that game in Birmingham, 7 o'clock on the USA Network. Then doubleheader Saturday, Pittsburgh and Philadelphia at 11 a.m. on Fox, and then Birmingham and Houston at 6 p.m. on FS1. So those games not back-to-back like you would have thought, Brown. They're spreading those out morning and nighttime for TV windows and different crowds there. Sunday, we'll wrap up week 2 with New Orleans and Tampa Bay, 2 unbeaten teams as well. 2 o'clock on NBC for that game happening this week. In the college game, Alabama wrapped up spring. We've got LSU, we got Ole Miss this week with spring football. Alabama did it last week. Will Anderson and what Alabama's pass rush will be this year for the Crimson Tide.
How difficult is it on a day-to-day to not hit the quarterback when you're coming off the edge or coming up the middle? How did you say that the pass rush played today?
Well, not that difficult when you know who's back there throwing the ball and how much the team needs him and values him, or you're going to get your butt chewed out. So all spring we've been very cautious of touching Bryce. So, but as far as pass rush, I think one of the biggest things was like the younger guys learning the plays. It was never like the ability. It's just learning the plays, and I think this year is going to be something special. And I think you guys talk about like the 2016 defense pass rush. I feel like you guys can most definitely like get ready to see that again because we have a lot of talented young guys on the edge and the D-line room, and it's going to be something special this year.
2016.
Pretty easy not to hit Bryce, he says. I bet you forget sometimes. But Nick Saban was asked after that on Saturday, and we didn't get a chance to get to this yesterday, but I wanted to get to it. We none of us see Will Anderson's weakness. So he was asked, what is Will Anderson's weakness? Here's Nick Saban.
somebody asked me the other day, what's Will's weakness? And I said, well, he's got to learn more about pass coverage because he plays a position where every now and then, he's supposed to drop. But, you all are, gurus of the game. Should we spend a lot of time on him dropping or letting him rush? So his weakness is pass coverage. But he helps the pass defense when he sacks the quarterback.
I wouldn't spend a whole lot of time on pass coverage.
I think they got that one figured out.
Yeah, next time Will has to cover somebody.
Yeah,
USC also, go ahead.
I was going to say just 2016, Alabama had 54 sacks, which led the nation by 3, beat Florida State by 3. They had 57 last year.
That's right.
I actually pressured the quarterback better last year than they did in 2016.
Yeah, so
I think they'll be better this year.
They're trying to chase their own ghost.
Yeah.
Last year's ghost this year. Lincoln Riley, USC getting ready to roll out a spring game as well. You just heard LSU talking about they're having to play offense versus defense. Lincoln Riley, known as a finesse coach, right? He's more of a finesse coach, not a physical coach.
That's what it feels like.
Here's what he is demanding for his spring game from his very modest office at USC.
Going to kind of wait and make sure some things on the roster hold pat. That's always if you ever have a limiting factor, that's typically it. But I can tell you this, it's not going to be a game of tag. We're going to play football. So like we have every single day, still looking at a couple options about how we divide the teams and scoring and all of that, but we're going to make it fun, fast-paced for the fans. I know we've got a lot of things planned in between. So it should be a great day.
Yeah. So USC coming up as well.
I don't know what you would expect crowd-wise. Lance, I don't even know if you remember a spring game when you lived in L.A., but that's before people went, so I don't know that it matters really, but I can't imagine you get a whole crowd there.
They'd be lucky to get 20,000 there.
Yeah.
We've got to get him on. And we've got to ask him about his office.
Yeah, I'm sure he would love that.
Yeah, it's in transition.
Coach your office. Yeah.
It's got to be. It's got to be in transition.
But they have had that label for the last few years, and I think it's fair. I think USC has played soft.
Yeah, but he, too, at Oklahoma, know more about his offense and defensive problems, and he changed that when he brought in his defensive coordinator, Alex Grinch, and he's taken him to L.A.
And look, and the defense did get better at Oklahoma. It still wasn't championship level, but it seemed like as the defense got a little better, the offense got a little worse.
Yeah, I would agree with Lance on that. But the other thing is, think about the teams they struggled with, right? Kansas State in the Big 12. That was a tough game for him for whatever reason. I think I know the reason. Kansas State, that was kind of the MO that they had, right, under Chris Kleiman. We're going to line up. We're going to play physical football. We're going to try to beat you at the line of scrimmage. We'll run it right down your throat. They would get in the playoffs. They would play these SEC teams like LSU and like Alabama, and they would struggle with that style of play in those teams. So I think it was a fair label for Lincoln Riley at USC.
Yeah, I do too. All right, part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters, and then I want to talk a little bit about Arkansas football as we wrap up their spring and start heading towards one of the off seasons that we think could be a special year for the Hogs.
If you got a firearm, maybe it's a hunting rifle, a shotgun, you don't use it anymore, Nichols Outfitters might be interested in purchasing it from you. Perhaps you upgraded your hunting firearms a few years ago and you still got the old one. Don't let it just hang out and collect dust or fall in disrepair. Nichols Outfitters will pay you for your old firearm. Drop by and talk to the team at Nichols about what you can get for your firearm. Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 I-65 in Pelham.
Okay, expectations for Arkansas this year, in your opinion. Last year, 4-4 in the league, 8-4 overall, 4-4 in the league.
Boy, this is so tough because we kind of dissected their schedule. I think it was yesterday. And the schedule's just brutal for Arkansas. Again, it was brutal last year, and they found a way to navigate 9 wins. To me, if they get 7 wins, I think it's a successful season.
Yeah, I think people are excited about KJ Jefferson.
You're getting him back. What is this, year 3?
Yeah, and I thought, I'll pull up his numbers, but I thought really at the end of the year, against Alabama, who played for the national championship, KJ Jefferson had a really good game. They were right in that game with he and Treylon Burks.
You can make a case he's the second best quarterback in the league.
You can make that case. I know we've discussed this, and I know Lance disagrees with it, but I think you could make a legitimate argument. So last year, KJ Jefferson technically finished 10th in the league, completed 67% of his passes for 205 a game, 21 touchdowns, 4 picks.
I think he's got a lot of upside.
I do too. I know you would not argue Lancey's the second best quarterback in the league, but I think you can make that argument.
No, I think you can make the argument.
Yeah.
Again, you start to look at the schedule, though.
Tough, man. It's brutal.
It really, really is. Again, that 5-game stretch with at A&M, Alabama, at Mississippi State, at BYU, at Auburn.
Absolutely not a stunner if they're 1-4 out of the chute. Now, I say that is a little bit of a stunner. 2-2 out of the chute.
That's why it was important for Sam Pittman,
2-3,
who really got a school-friendly contract when he took the job from Georgia, because really he came off the radar to get that job. Now he cashes in on being sort of the sign of stability for the Arkansas program. Sam Pittman had a chance to comment about his new deal that ties him to Arkansas for the rest of his coaching career.
I've agreed to what they've offered, and they agreed that when I agreed. So I don't know what all that means. Do you? I agreed, they agreed. So that means I guess we agreed.
How do you feel about it all?
Awesome. You know, they can fire me. I mean, whenever they get good and ready to, but I can't leave, if that makes sense, you know, and don't want to anyways.
Does anybody think Sam knows what's in this contract?
I think he's playing dumb country here.
You think so? He's playing country bumpkin?
Yeah, I don't think that. I think Sam's a little sharper than that. I think he knows exactly what the ins and outs of that contract.
Yeah. Kerry says, Jenny?
Jenny. That's my boat.
Do the contract talk. I agreed.
I agree to do what you say. I know that you're not going to fire me when you're good and well, but I know I can't leave. Lieutenant Dan Ice Cream.
You ain't got no legs.
Is he smart?
Is he smart? His name's Forrest, like me.
Was Lieutenant Dan a little bitter?
He was. I got titanium legs, Forrest. That's what they use on the spaceship.
So angry.
So many good one-liners in that movie.
Really are.
Rockstar reenacts it better than anybody I know.
Nothing bit me.
I really haven't heard you do your Gary Sinise.
I thought this is done. We could do it. Just grind your teeth.
Don't through his teeth, Forrest.
That's just my wife. She's a little overweight.
Didn't Forrest go to a Black Panthers party too?
Yes.
He did. He made a mistake. Yeah.
Forrest did everything.
Taught Elvis how to dance.
Yep.
Played ping pong.
He was there with Kennedy.
Drank a lot of Dr. Pepper.
Drank a Dr. Pepper with
I got
Kennedy.
Yep.
Yeah. It's unbelievable.
Joe JP says Sam Tater Salad Pittman. Yes, he's doing a Ron White thing, isn't he? If he just had a glass of bourbon, it'd be a Ron White bit.
All right, here's some NFL news for you. LT's got our 4 downs coming up in our next segment. Big contract announcement from Denzel Ward today from Cleveland, actually last night. 5 years, $100.5 million. That 0.5 is important. $71.5 million of it is guaranteed. He becomes the highest paid corner in NFL history. That $0.5 million takes him past your guy,
Jalen
Ramsey.
Look, I mean, Denzel Ward is one of the best cornerbacks right now in football. So, I mean, this is not a surprise. You see where the market's set, and this number will just continue to go up. But look, cornerbacks make elite money in this league now.
That's what we've said for years. The NFL has paid 4 positions elite money: quarterback, cornerback, left tackle, pass rusher. And he's one of the 4. I mean, it's a good life if you can be one of those.
And I do like how, from a player's perspective, how so much of the contract is guaranteed nowadays. I mean, $71.5 million guaranteed. Forget about the rest of it. I'm good with $75.15 million or $71.5 million guaranteed. The 100.5 overall. I can make all that.
Yeah,
That's
we'll
71.5
right?
Guaranteed. I mean, it can all end tomorrow as far as me playing football. Me and my family are getting that $71.5 million.
That paycheck's not stopping, is it?
Yeah, that's good. Cowboys, can you imagine? They lost Amari Cooper. You see who they're in love with as they get ready for the draft coming up in 9 days? They're in love with Arkansas's Treylon Burks.
I love Treylon Burks. I mean, I thought that guy was – I mean, he was just a massive difference maker. I just mentioned him with KJ Jefferson. And I go back to that Alabama game. The guy was just up and down the field on Alabama's defense. Treylon Burks a heck of a player.
Hard to cover, and they're in love with him. Maybe as a first-round pick if he's available when they pick. 3 playmaking wide receivers likely holding out when the teams make it onto the field. Washington's Terry McLaurin, Tennessee's A.J. Brown, and San Francisco Deebo Samuel. Doesn't mean any of those are changing teams or anything, but they want their money. They want their money now, and they don't have to wait.
Well, I mean, they're all 3. They have something in common. They're going into that 5th year of the rookie contract. And so they feel like they've done enough on the field, and I would agree. I mean, those are all, borderline elite, especially Deebo Samuel.
One other NFL note after LT tells us about Dr. B and how his hair is looking under that beautiful TNR hat that we have up there today. Dr. Beckenstein is getting that salad, right? The lettuce, right?
That's what you call it, Dunaway. Hey, look, the last year I've noticed the hair falling out, so I asked around. Everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein. I set up the consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. We recently got the results, and Dr. B and I had that virtual meeting to go over the options. We chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase the thickness of my health and of the hair. I'm excited to see the results in a few months. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying that expertise to produce quality results for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience and his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today. 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316. And make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you.
All right. So one more note here, and everyone's making this out to be like this is something that will come back to haunt the Kansas City Chiefs. But did you see that the head coach said this about losing Tyreek to the Dolphins? Andy Reid says the Kansas City offense will not, quote, significantly differ without Tyreek. Will not be significantly different without Tyreek.
You've got who may be the best quarterback in the NFL still. The best tight end in the NFL, who's not even really a tight end. He puts up wide receiver numbers. And Andy Reid's a really good offensive coach. I mean, it's hard to think it wouldn't differ some without Tyreek Hill, but I do have faith in the parts they have there still, and in Andy Reid.
Well, look, Valdez-Scantling they go out and get from Green Bay. He's a guy that can burn, but he's still not Tyreek Hill. Mecole Hardman is a guy that's been on that roster. He can burn. They pick up Juju Smith. He's more underneath, but the dynamic to me was you had Patrick Mahomes who could improvise so well.
Right.
Underneath, you had, as you said, Kelsey, the best tight end when healthy in football. And so he had the underneath covered, and Tyreek was just a guy that could get behind anybody.
That's right. You could. To me, the difficulty Kansas City gave you is the fact that it was very difficult to get to Patrick Mahomes because he is so mobile and slippery. And while he is scrambling, you cannot stay with Tyreek Hill. He's too fast.
Yes, I do think the offense is going to be different.
I do too.
How many of those improvised throws did you see where in one of them saved the Super Bowl for Kansas City 3 years ago?
Yep.
That 3rd and 16 or whatever he got behind the defense.
Yeah. So that's I don't think they need bulletin board material. I don't know if the Dolphins and Chiefs play each other in the regular season. We haven't seen the schedule yet, I guess, but it's one of those things that. Andy Reid could eat that comment at some point if the offense isn't looking the same anymore.
You're phrasing there.
Yeah.
Andy Reid could eat that comment.
Yeah. When we come back, LT's got our 4 downs today, and then Brownie has a chance to award somebody a chance to qualify for NASCAR tickets to Talladega this weekend. And remember, if you've been qualified over last week and this week and did not win the drawing, you'll be in the grand prize drawing just for qualifying, and that's some great infield passes that we'll tell you more about as we get towards that. NASCAR weekend right here in town. We'll talk more about that later this hour right here. Don't forget tonight, Legion FC in action, the 107th USL Cup going on. BHMLegion.com for tickets. 7 o'clock over on the Birmingham Southern campus. 7 o'clock tonight, back home on August 27th, 7 o'clock against Charleston. Always your tickets and stay up to date at BHMLegion.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
We are back. The Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by Amherst, returns to Barber Motorsports Park April 29th through May 1st. The fastest drivers in the world, including 4-time Indy 500 champion Elio Castroneves and 7-time Cup champion Jimmy Johnson, will battle it out at Barber. And Tim Tebow will kick it all off as our Grand Marshal. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at IndyAlabama.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know, the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So if a customer comes in and has something very specific they want, can you guys always meet those needs?
Absolutely. We get customers all the time that are looking for a specific car. They ask us to locate them. We find them. Very transparent on price and our fee. We do whatever it takes to make anything happen.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
We're back on the next round. Lock of the day every day from Lance, and it's brought to you by Hemphill Services.
Since 1954, the name Birmingham has trusted in surrounding areas for all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs has been Hemp Hill Services. Adam and Chad and his team over there, we trust them. You should too. They fix it right the first time. They do it at a fair price. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, it's our friends at Hemp Hill Services. The number to call, 205-229-2090. 229-2090. You can call them up now or just save that number or just remember the name Hemp Hill. When you're having a plumbing problem, a cooling problem, or a heating problem, Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090. Big L last night from LT. He'll send out the W.
Thank you very much.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, you got an L. I mean, you're
Can't run from it.
You're big OL.
You're transparent. You always talk about that. He'll send out a winner, hopefully, later on today at The Lance Taylor, and a variety of games going on tonight. No football, but you got 3 more NBA playoff games, a host of baseball games, including at 9:10 tonight. You get the Braves and Dodgers back in L.A. tonight on TBS. So at The Lance Taylor, follow along, and he'll send out the Hemp Hill lock a little bit later on. Before we get to trash, one more note from the NFL. Chris Collinsworth, part of the Sunday Night Football broadcast, says one player he keeps going back and watching over and over again, highlight tape, says don't be surprised if he ends up being the first overall pick.
Oh, okay. So this guy's not in the league yet.
Georgia's Trayvon Walker. He says he loves watching tape on this guy every time he watches him, and he says don't be shocked if that's the first name you hear on draft night.
Well, I don't know if you guys remember yesterday, Luganville said, I wouldn't take Hutchinson, I wouldn't take Thibodeau. Walker is the guy that I would take.
He did say that yesterday. And I've had this Collinsworth thing written down all week long, and I meant to bring it up then, but I didn't. But for Collinsworth and now Luganville to say it, I mean, can he rise to be the first guy overall? Or it seems like everything is Aiden.
I know. But, so much focus on that defense was on guys like Nakobe Dean and Jordan Davis. And there's evidence there that a lot of people think that was your best player defensively on that really good defense.
And Collinsworth, who seems like a guy who likes to watch tape, says he goes back and watches this guy's tape more than once because he finds a lot of joy in watching him play football. Interesting with the draft coming up. A week from this Thursday. Should be a lot of fun. Now it's time for 4 Downs Rockstar, and it's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, again, 4 great locations for you and your family. Make sure you stop by, get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, what happens first? The Mavericks in the finals or the Texas Longhorns 4-team playoff?
You and I have a stake on the Mavericks or something else.
Mavericks or Dak.
Or Dak.
Or 2 Mavericks finals Dak Super Bowl.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm gonna take Texas is in a 4-team playoff, or does it have to be a 4-team? Or just a college football playoff, because a 4-team playoff is not going to happen. It'll have to be an expanded playoff before Texas gets there.
Well, I got 4-team playoff. It's far-fetched that the Mavs.
Yeah, the Mavs is not going to get there anytime soon, and I don't think Texas is going to get into a 4-team. We'll expand before Texas gets there. Yeah. So neither, but I would take the Mavericks on a 4-team playoff.
Yeah, I mean, you can mark me down as a guy that doesn't think Sark's going to take Texas to the playoffs. I think I'm abundantly clear on that one over time. I don't know how close the Mavericks are.
Well, I think Luka's just a piece away.
Yeah, Luka's good, but I was about to say, does it not seem like Mark Cuban, for all of his money and his flair and everything, does it not seem like he misses the boat on free agency sometimes, if they don't go out and get pieces around players? Like he had Dirk for all those years, and what, they get 1 championship?
I think there's just been other super teams, so-called super teams, that have been built. The Celtics for a minute, the Nets now, the Lakers, obviously Golden State, and Dallas has just never been that.
But Cuban's a high-profile guy,
he is,
right?
Yeah,
absolutely.
And how come he doesn't go and spend Jerry Jones-like money to bring in those people? Or maybe he does spend a lot of money and doesn't bring in the right people. So I doubt whether...
I still think he'll get another one.
I doubt whether Cuban can put together enough pieces around Luka, and but maybe they can. Maybe they can. I like watching
Second
him play.
down.
Okay, what happens first? Trae Young actually gets to an NBA Finals with the Hawks, or his former Sooners play for the national championship in football under Venables?
I think I'd bet on Venables. I mean, again, the first 2 are neither. Maybe.
Well, let me remind you, though, it was a weird run, but Trae Young was in the Eastern Conference Finals just last year.
Yeah. And it seems like, wasn't way back when they had that, when LeBron was with the Cavaliers, wasn't it Hawks, Cavaliers in the Eastern Conference Finals back then, too? So the Hawks have been there a couple of times in recent years.
Yeah, that's been a while, but this Hawks version this year seems a long way off.
Yeah.
They do.
But I don't know about Venables. I don't know what to expect out of Venables. I mean, part of me says that Bob Stoops just turned Oklahoma into this machine, and Lincoln Riley kept the machine oiled, and it was moving along just fine. And Venables will be just fine.
Back to Luganville yesterday, didn't he also say don't expect Venables in Oklahoma to fall off that much? Somebody has said that in the recent
I don't know if
couple
it was
of days.
Luganville or not, but maybe so. I just did my gut, and I don't know what it is. It's not that I dislike Brent Venables for anything. I mean, obviously he was a fantastic defensive coach. My gut just tells me they fall off a little bit under him. That's just my gut.
I like Jeff Lebby. Love Dylan Gabriel. I mean, Oklahoma could be there this year. I mean, if you go SEC champion Ohio State and you start filling in, second SEC team again, Pac-12 team, ACC team, Big 12 team to fill 2 slots, it could be Oklahoma this year.
Third down.
Better chance of winning their second championship, Giannis or Aaron Rodgers?
Until this year, I would have said Aaron Rodgers. But they haven't started filling in some of these pieces yet, have they? They got Aaron back, but they lost Adams, and they're still,
Scantling, as he just said.
Yeah, I mean, it seems
Scantling
seems to be they're losing pieces and not replacing them with like parts.
It just doesn't feel like they're going to be able to have that same type of offense without Darvin Adams. Darvin Adams primarily. I guess I would go the Greek Freak.
Yeah, I guess I would too. Though, Aaron Rodgers is Aaron Rodgers. He's close.
Yeah, he's fantastic.
I just wonder how many more years Aaron Rodgers has got.
Well, it's day to day, right?
Giannis but Giannis has got a good 7-8 years left at least.
Yeah.
I would go Giannis
and
too.
maybe a move to a super team.
Yeah, I still don't think, as much as he loves that city of Milwaukee, he's already won a championship there. He's won an MVP, might win another MVP. I think he is not long for the Milwaukee world. I could be.
Fourth down.
Kate Hudson, 44 today. If I was going to ask you, more known for Almost Famous that I brought up earlier, How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days.
For me, I've seen one and haven't seen the other. I've actually seen the good one in this situation. Almost Famous.
I am shocked you have not seen How to Lose a Guy.
I really am too. That was the upset that's the one of the two you've seen.
I've seen bits and pieces of it. Because it's with Matthew McConaughey, right?
Correct.
And then they
and a Chinese crested dog.
Maybe I have seen it. They end up. She writes a column.
She writes a column. He works for the Knicks, I think, or he writes. He might be he's either a sports agent or writes.
I think he's a sports agent, and he reads her column and thinks that. Anyway, they end up thinking they can really prove the other one wrong. And they start dating. He tries to dump her or something. I've seen this.
Oh, this actually sounds good. I like that.
Yeah,
Almost Famous though.
Almost
who I
Famous
know
is the answer. Kay Hudson, for I think 2 or 3 years was the length of it, was married to Black Crowes lead singer Chris Robinson.
Correct. They have kids.
Two kids.
Which is Brown's favorite band.
It is my favorite band, and that is also one of the greatest upsets of all time. I do not know.
She probably weighs more than him.
Yeah, I don't know how he pulled that. I mean, that is incredible.
I've always been a big fan of hers.
Yeah, me too. It's the rock star thing.
Wow. I mean, there's a lot of rock stars out there, rock star.
Lyle Lovett. Julia Roberts, say what you want. For a lot of people believe she was a really good-looking woman back in the day, and she was married to Lyle Lovett.
That was her prime, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that was legit. That wasn't a publicity stunt, right? Stunt.
And Kate Hudson is the daughter of
Kurt Russell
and Melanie Griffith.
Goldie Hawn.
No, Goldie Hawn. My apologies, Goldie Hawn.
Well, she's her dad's not Kurt Russell.
Is it really not?
No.
Oh, I thought it was.
No.
Well, I swear I thought it was. You sure?
I'm positive.
So it's Goldie Hawn's daughter, but not Kurt Russell, huh?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Because she's got a brother too, Oliver Hudson, who's an actor. And so I think Goldie
Bill
was
Hudson.
married
You're
before.
right. Bill Hudson is her dad.
But I would just say this, for the majority of our viewers and listeners, it would be Almost Famous, which is a really good Cameron Crowe film. But if you had like the entirety of everyone, I wonder if it's How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days, because I think that is like one of the top romantic comedies for women
Well, when
out
you
there.
say that, the first thing that pops in my head, I've never seen it, but it's Matthew McConaughey. She's distant second. I've never seen it. When I think of that stupid, him leaning on her in the poster, I think Matthew McConaughey. Almost Famous, I would think her. Well, I'm trying to think of the first person I think of when you say that movie. It's probably her.
That is the
She won an Academy Award.
4 Downs today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, again, 4 great locations for you and your family, locally owned and operated. Great guys. Make sure you stop into one of those great locations or online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Chad over in the chat room calling it now. Clemson and Oklahoma in the 2023 Cheez-It Bowl. So one more year of going down and then eventually to the Cheez-It Bowl for those. He said, Watt says, me and my friends even asked back in the day, though, why is Lyle marrying her?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
Be a good time for a Michelson spot, he said, what? If you didn't know why Lyle was marrying her. But we will tell you that right now the show is brought to you in part by our friends at High Point Properties. We tell you about Creekside Barbecue all the time, but another thing going on with High Point is the property there in Helena.
Yeah, it is beautiful, man. If you're looking for a great home site, they got some great ones in Helena that range from 3 to 43 acres. You can see them for yourself because that's what High Point Properties does. They create beautiful home sites around the Birmingham area. Look for those in Helena right now. Call Wes about that today, 240-0204. That's 240-0204, or visit hppro.com.
Last week, we told you it was the greatest pickup for Mike Norvell at Florida State. Now a twist to the story, a Law and Order dun-dun twist to the story, and Brown qualifies someone else for NASCAR tickets racing this week at Talladega. That's next on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing Shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Rockstar here to give you my Way to Wellness update. I have already lost 5 pounds after only a couple of weeks on the program. I'm already a third of the way to my goal weight. This program works. What program, you ask? Why, it's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom-fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville, and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online mycookiedoughmagic.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
NASCAR racing this weekend. Before we get to that, though, Brownie's been over interacting with you guys on social media, and you came across something, Brownie? What'd you find?
So Rockstar will tell you, with time, anything becomes a punchline, right?
Correct.
I mean,
the Titanic.
The Titanic is an example of that.
Lincoln.
I mean, with time, everything becomes a joke.
For instance, when my kids were a little younger, we went to a bounce house and slide, and the slide actually was the Titanic.
Yeah, no, I remember that. It was you and I doing the Braves, like the Braves were coming to Academy Sports.
It was Academy Sports.
Right out in that parking lot is a kids, they're sliding down it. It says SS Titanic, and it's a ship sinking.
Going down to the ocean.
And kids are sliding down it. I'm like,
was it cold ass water?
I mean, I don't know, but I'm like, my gosh.
But I mean, I think some things will be untouchable.
Well, some may be.
And some stingy girl was floating on a door and kept
right.
one kid off of it.
One kid just in the back. I told you guys. I told you. Nobody would listen to me.
She's blowing that whistle. Oh, Rose, she was cold, man. She could blow that whistle.
I think Jack was colder.
Yeah, I think so. Hey, so clearly for SMU, enough time has passed. Look at, Scott Forster has got this. They're recruiting. This is from their official football Twitter account, their recruiting poster. Come to Dallas.
Oh, wow.
And we got the gold Trans Am in there. The old Eric Dickerson Trans Am.
All roads lead to Dallas.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
And they've got the Trans Am that started their death penalty march.
That's right. Yep. The old Eric Dickerson Trans Am. I mean, like, enough time passed, and what they did for Dickerson is now legal. Although, didn't Dickerson say Texas A&M actually bought the thing for him?
Yeah. That's what they should have had, an A&M plate on the front.
And Rhett Lashley, oh, no doubt, that would have been funny. Rhett Lashley has tweeted it with his image on it. So, I mean, the city, the school, SMU, is just now, they're just embracing this.
I'm Coach Rhett Ashley, and I approve this message.
Still a good-looking car.
Oh, it's a great-looking car.
Yeah. But, I mean, how many gold Trans Ams do you think there are in Dallas?
Not that.
I bet there were a handful back then when the Pony Express was running around. Interesting, Brad. That's a great point that they have. They've gotten to the point where their death penalty doesn't hurt so much ago as they try to resurrect that program at SMU.
I didn't know that was one of their mottos, kick 'em stangs.
Kick 'em stangs? Oh, no. I've never heard that one, honestly.
Redmont Distilling Redmont Vodka brings us this part of the show. Our friends at Redmont, the official vodka, not only of the next round, but of the 2022 World Games.
Hey, they're aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish. Doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores, including pink package at the beverage place. Pick up a bottle today of Redmont vodka.
All right. One other note in college football before we try to qualify somebody else for Talladega tickets. Remember last week, Amarius Mims of Georgia, 5-star offensive lineman, was not really in the mix for playing time, but was on the Georgia team last year. He hit the portal, had a visit to Mike Norvell. Reports had him saying he was going to go to Florida State. It was going to be the biggest pickup in Florida State history under Mike Norvell, the biggest recruit he'd gotten out of the portal. Well, it turns out after a weekend of getting a championship ring in Athens, 68,000 fans, and who knows, maybe a little name, image, and likeness money, he's turned around. He's back at Georgia.
Kirby re-recruited him.
He re-recruited him. He's back at Georgia.
No, I mean, Norvell can't catch a break. He had the
That's
number
right.
one overall player, lost him to
Jackson State.
to prime time, and now he loses this guy who he thought was going to come his way.
Now, do you blame Norvell that you can't keep this guy, Mims? But most likely you had some NIL money for him at Florida State, and
I mean, it's
Georgia,
one thing for him
Georgia
going to-
probably brought him back.
To lose the Hunter kid to Jackson State, but that's one of those, if I'm a Florida State fan, that's hard to stomach because it's also to Deion.
Yeah.
But for him to stay at Georgia, I mean, where the programs are right now, you get it.
Yeah, I guess you get it a little bit.
His chance to win a championship. All right, we got a caller standing by, Brownie, that's got a chance to win some NASCAR tickets.
Jeff is standing by, Dunaway, if you don't mind punching him up. As I tell everyone, we're about to play NASCAR driver or not. Jeff, if he can win it here, is going to be one of our qualifiers for a drawing of Saturday doubleheader and Sunday tickets. And we're going to give away a Talladega Garage experience to one of the qualifiers as well. Jeff, welcome in. How are you today?
I'm doing great. How about y'all?
Fantastic. I am going to give you a name. Lance and Jim and Rockstar are going to give you their opinion. You've got to say, is he a NASCAR driver or not? Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Riggs Tucker. Riggs Tucker. NASCAR driver or not? Riggs Tucker.
I'm going to say that is not. He went Riggs and Riggin Trucker. That sounds like a 100% made up Brownie name. LT?
Yeah, that's he's trying to.
I built it. How, Dunaway?
I don't know how you built it, but you definitely built it as a NASCAR name.
I'll tell you how this went, Jeff. It was the commercial break. We've got our friends from Bullet Coffee up here. We were talking with them. Brown came back, sat down, said, "Oh, dang, I don't have a name for NASCAR or not."
Right.
Trucker, it's called a Riggs Tucker, and that's why you did that.
Riggs Tucker. Rockstar?
I think it's 100% made up.
You think it's 100% made up?
Yeah.
You have a deep thesis like Dunaway
you
does?
were watching Lethal Weapon 2 with Martin Riggs.
Martin Riggs. I was thinking of Martin Riggs. I don't think Dunaway's is a deep thesis, by the way.
Riggs Tucker, Jeff, NASCAR driver or not?
I know a Scott Riggs, but I don't know Riggs Tucker. I'm going to say it's not.
It is not a NASCAR driver. You're absolutely
how
correct.
did you come up with that,
How
Brown?
did you come up with that?
You know, I know a guy named Riggs, and I think I just threw Tucker on the back of it, and it made it sound like a NASCAR driver to me. Riggs Tucker is not.
He doesn't want to admit I got it dead right.
That is not true. Look, I've got them all right here, Dunaway.
He's got a bar trick. Riggs got this bar trick. It is awesome.
Rockstar. Jeff, hang tight. You're in our drawing, and we'll draw for that on Friday.
No, actually tomorrow.
We'll draw. Why? It says each Monday through Thursday.
Yeah,
Am I wrong?
except for this week. The second email is Monday through Wednesday.
I didn't get the second email. I'm not reading it. One of the two.
Because the races are this weekend.
Well, I'm aware of that, but Friday is before this weekend.
Yeah.
NASCAR driver or not, and you can get your tickets, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, our 877 go-to Dega. That garage experience we're going to give away is the most immersive in NASCAR. It's phenomenal.
It is.
They're at Big Bills. You'll love every minute of it, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
I'm trying to win that for me and two friends as well to get over there. Russell, if you're listening. All right, so that's our Talladega qualifier for today. Racing happening this weekend over there. Final thought when we come back right here on the next round.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
The racing, the big one, the camping. It's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You can join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain is centered on great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. There's something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue, just off I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events up to 200 people. Stop by or check out the menu online, creekside-bbq.com.
You know, if you're not buying your girl flowers, someone else is. At Blakely's Bouquets, they craft both traditional and contemporary bouquets with plenty of room for customization and uniqueness. They really go above and beyond with their unique and custom designs and provide customers with an intimate experience and help you get something special to your lady today with same-day delivery. Don't let someone else get your girl. Call Blakely's Bouquets to get something special delivered to her today with their speedy same-day delivery. Order online at blakeleysbouquets.com. Call 205-579-4900 or in person at the full-service flower shop on Oxmoor Road.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Final segment of the show today, live on 6 cameras on our YouTube, on our Twitch, Facebook, and Twitter, and all over on audio formats like Odyssey and Spotify. TuneIn Radio, which we appreciate that friendship so much, and always on our Apple Podcast. Thanks for being with us today. And LTD&B wrapping things up, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right today with our final thoughts.
Hey, we all need a little help sometimes, and our friends at Mortgage Right, they're ready to lend you a hand. Mortgage Right's down payment assistance program gives you the option to purchase a new home without coming out of pocket for a down payment. Their team of mortgage experts always ready to offer their time, tips, and tools to help you move in with confidence and no money down. Take advantage of this home buying benefit. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Again, Freddie Freeman with a home run last night. The Dodgers beat the Braves 7-4. They'll do it again tonight, 9-10 for that one. Alabama, Auburn, and Samford with home baseball games. Alabama and Auburn softball with home softball outings this afternoon. And the Birmingham Legion in action tonight. 7 o'clock over on the BSC, Birmingham Southern Campus, round 3 of the USL Cup tonight. Good luck to the Legion trying to advance on to the 4th round of that 107th edition of that great event. All right, final thought today with Barrett Salee of CBSSports.com. And he writes, the headline is this: 7 college football coaches under the most pressure entering the 2022 season, according to Barrett Salee. And he uses a quote from Georgia coach Kirby Smart saying, quote, "Pressure is a privilege." I'll read them out. You tell me the degree of pressure and why there's any pressure at all on them.
What are we, high, medium, low?
However you want to do it.
All right.
Lincoln Riley is number 1, head coach USC. Why would Barrett Solis say Lincoln Riley is under pressure?
Well, there are a lot of expectations for his tenure there, but I don't think anybody thinks right away they're going to be in the college football playoff. That's very low pressure, I would say.
Yeah, look, I saw his house, so I think there's pressure there, but I also saw his office.
That's right. Not a ton of pressure in that office.
I think it almost balances out. I don't think there's a ton of pressure. Again, Clay Helton is a guy that went to a Rose Bowl, won a Pac-12 championship, but was kind of a stick in mud for a long time. And ultimately, Lincoln Riley will get this thing right, but there's no pressure this year.
The most obvious one of all is number 2 listing there, and that's Brian Harsin of Auburn.
Well, I mean, when there's a failed coup to take your head, you're going to feel pressure for year 2. And when that happens after year 1, when they try to fire you after year 1 and they're unsuccessful, you know you're only going to hold off the posse for so long. How do you hold that posse off? You win a lot of games, that's pressure.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure. I just don't know what that number is and how this season plays out for Brian Harsin.
Steve Sarkisian, number 3 at Texas.
No, I do
is
think,
there real pressure on him?
Yeah, I do. I think that pressure is getting higher and higher. I think Texas fans are like me. They see a little crack in the door at Oklahoma. Like, they don't know what Brent Venables is going to be. And this could be a year where Texas could take a little bit of a stranglehold on the Pac-12 for whatever time they have left in that conference. I do think there's a lot of pressure on him.
I think there's a
high.
ton of pressure. They're paying him a lot of money. There's an expectation from day one. And the fact that you had a big lead on Oklahoma, you blew that game, and the way the season ended by losing 5 consecutive games.
You said you don't know a number for Brian Harsin to keep him safe. Is there a number in your head that gets Steve Sarkisian fired after year 2?
Yeah, I think another 5 and 7.
Yeah, 5 and 7 would. I mean, Charlie Strong survived a couple of those, but I don't know how much Sark could survive.
Mike Norvell, Florida State. Is there real pressure on Norvell?
Yep.
Well, it's year 3.
Year 3, and he's done nothing. And you just highlighted his swings and misses and big recruits. I mean, those are the types of things that can buy you a little more time. It's like, yeah, we haven't been good, but boy, we're recruiting big, and he keeps missing on these big guys.
Real pressure for Scott Frost in Nebraska, too, right?
It's the highest.
Yeah, I mean, what are we, year 6 now, year 5?
Changed coordinators, took a pay cut. I mean, he did all the stuff you have to do to keep a job.
And he still never had a winning record. It's not that difficult to get to 6-6 in college football, especially in a program like Nebraska.
Yeah, he can't even get to a bowl game.
And the last one's an obvious one, Jeff Collins of Georgia Tech. And as he right here is the fan base has grown concerned on the flats after Collins, a relentless recruiter with a strong coaching pedigree and ties throughout the Southeast, posted 3-win records in all 3 of his seasons, leading the Yellow Jackets.
Yeah.
It's a unique challenge to transform a triple option team into a new age offensive force, but Collins hasn't shown much progress in that department. He did get a pass early on in that transition, but now you're into year 4 of recruiting, and people are expecting to see results, and it doesn't help when Nick Saban comes and takes your best player.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. I mean, all those things are true, and on top of that, I know I'm a schedule guy, but in the first month of the season, they play Clemson in a neutral site game at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, which will feel like a road game. There'll be more Clemson fans there. They play Ole Miss, and they go to Central Florida.
Well, I don't think it does you any favors that in the ACC championship game last year, it wasn't Clemson again. It was Wake Forest and Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
That's right.
And if I'm a Georgia Tech fan, you've been here for 3 years, and I go back to the transition. As bad as it was watching Paul Johnson football, he still was winning at times 8, 9, even 10 games.
He was playing in that ACC championship game you mentioned. He was playing in the Orange Bowl, and it was a crappy offense to watch at times, but it was at least winning games.
You can go see why Barrett has all of those coaches at CBSSports.com. It's at the top of our morning rounds, which every day for you right there, somewhere between 7 and 8:30 every day at nextroundlive.com. You get the opportunity to see our top links of the day. Any final thoughts before we get out of here? You got golf today with our friend Poochie.
I do. I do. I'm playing a little golf today. If you were Jeff Collins, how soundly would you sleep knowing you're probably fighting for your job and that first month had those 3 games in it? Clemson, Ole Miss, Central Florida.
That'd be tough.
I'll bring up a coaching legend at Alabama. It's a great opportunity. It's a great challenge,
but a great opportunity.
And a great opportunity.
I used to say that. He got fired too.
He did. But he won an SEC championship.
That is true. Such a weird SEC championship.
All right, we're done today. The replay starts instantly on all our audio platforms, so you can go watch us and like and subscribe on all our video platforms. Lunsford here pays me to remind you that the Next Round store is up. Easy to get to, nextround.store. New shipments going out daily to places like Hartselle, Alabama, and some town in Tennessee, he told me. I like seeing the map of where we're sending
Love
next
Sumtown.
round gear.
Oh,
Sumtown,
so
Tennessee.
Sumtown, Tennessee. Write that in a country song. Write that in your country song. We're back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.